Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining the Senate Finance Committee. Today is Wednesday, March 5th. We're going to have 10 bills. I'm going to read the bill order. I just ask that, please be patient with us. We have senators and other committees testifying on their bills, and you'll see people coming and going. They can always go back and listen to the hearing later, but it's the way we have to operate. You may have a bill in EEE or JPR, and people have to leave here and go to that committee. The sponsors can have as much time as they need. Witnesses, please stay to your 2-minute, except on Bill 747, there's 34 witnesses, so on that bill you'll have 1 minute. We have a rule, over 30 witnesses get 1 minute. So we have 111 witnesses today. It's a busy day, and I'm going to read the bill order subject to change. We're going to start with our Attorney General, Senate Bill 938. Mr. Attorney General, you can come to the table and bring Heather Hillman and Leonard Howie with you. And then the next bill will be 872, then 893, 697, 984, 688, 771, 855, 823, and 747. So that's the order for the day. And my Vice Chair, Senator Hayes, and I welcome you to our committee. So thank you, Mr. Attorney General. You can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Bidle and members of the Finance Committee. For the record, I'm Anthony Brown, your Attorney General. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 938, which is a priority bill for the Office of the Attorney General. Wage theft and worker misclassification are systemic problems that strip workers of fair pay, benefits, and workplace protections. These practices allow unscrupulous businesses, and I highlight unscrupulous because that does not characterize the vast majority of businesses in Maryland who do play by the rules, but it does allow those unscrupulous businesses to profit at the expense of Maryland's workforce, undercutting law-abiding employers, and costing the state millions in lost payroll taxes and contributions to unemployment insurance and workers' compensation funds. The current Workplace Fraud Act in Maryland is simply inadequate. It has weak enforcement tools that are currently available to the Labor Commissioner, but they are weak tools, and covers only construction and landscaping while misclassification persists unchecked in many other industries. And you'll hear about those unchecked industries where there are vulnerable workers in home health care, security services, janitorial work, and housekeeping, which are among the most at risk. SB 938 expands coverage to all industries, ensuring that no Maryland worker is left unprotected. The bill holds general contractors accountable when they allow wage theft and misclassification to occur on their job sites. Currently, subcontractors bear the brunt of penalties despite often operating with thin margins. SB 938 ensures stronger enforcement mechanisms to deter violations and secure justice for workers. Now, based on testimony that we heard last week in the House, as well as concerns raised by House committee members, we are offering several amendments to the bill, which you do not have in front of you because we are working with stakeholders on those amendments. And while we did not receive specific amendments from the opponents of the bill, although we've sat down with them, we've solicited amendments, their concerns we heard loud and clear last week, and we have taken them into account in proposing these amendments. And these amendments, which we could certainly go into more detail on during the question and answer, but just to preview them, it does limit the Attorney General's authority. Right now, we're looking for concurrent authority with the Labor Commissioner, which we prefer, but we're willing to amend it to where we have a mandatory referral from the Labor Commissioner. It removes the investigative independence, which was raised as a concern last week, which eliminates provisions that allow the Commissioner and the Attorney General to initiate investigations independently. It refines the employee definition. You're going to hear concerns and complaints about the number of standards in determining whether you have misclassification, and we're addressing that in amendment as well. It preserves the commissioner's autonomy. There were concerns raised there. As drafted, it looked like the bill was, having the Attorney General overly shape and dictate the work of the Labor Commissioner. That certainly is not our intent. So the amendments preserve the commissioner's autonomy, and it also removes some of the civil penalties. The impact of strong enforcement is clear, and I think this is an important point here. In Washington, D.C., I'm giving you some comparisons here. In December of 2023, 15 months ago, Attorney General Schwab he settled $3.75 million in a landmark wage theft case, returning millions of dollars to 1,200 workers who had been denied fair pay. It's publicly reported in the paper. Several of the companies that were investigated and later penalized for their unlawful conduct, they not only operate in Maryland, some of them are headquartered in Maryland. So we have reason to believe, good reason to believe, that that same wage theft that is occurring in the District of Columbia is happening right here. Additionally, just last week, February 28th of 2025, less than a week ago, after the hearing in the House, the Attorney General in the District of Columbia announced the successful resolution of 7 investigations into employers suspected of violating D.C. labor laws. These settlements resulted in over $860,000 being returned to workers and the district, uncovering the importance of strong enforcement in protecting workers' rights. Other states, in addition to the District of Columbia, including Minnesota and Illinois, have strengthened their enforcement mechanisms and have seen success. Maryland is falling behind, and Marylanders are being left behind. I know that this committee earlier this year, maybe late last year, you got a very thorough briefing from the Department of Labor, the Maryland Department of Labor. I want to preface by saying they are doing extraordinary work. The men and women at the Maryland Department of Labor are using the tools they have to do the very best that they have. The tools they have are not sharp enough. And in the numbers I gave you out of the District of Columbia, you compare them with the charts that you saw just last month or the month before, we pale in comparison. The number of citations, the dollars recovered, we pale in comparison. We are putting a Band-Aid on what is a gushing wound in the labor market. Wage theft and misclassification, obviously, that's why we're here. We believe harm workers, undercut honest businesses, and deprive the state of critical revenues. So we can't afford to delay. I will end by saying, Madam Chair, you are going to hear concerns about the bill. There is not a single concern that you are going to hear other than you flat out don't like the bill and you shouldn't pass it. There's not a single concern that you're going to hear that we cannot address with amendments. If you ask why have you not already addressed them, I say that before session, back in the fall, again, we sat down with all the stakeholders, give us amendments, tell us our concerns, whatever, zip, zero, zilch, except for the Labor Department that weighed in on the initial bill. We came over from the House, heard those concerns. We're going to offer some amendments. From many of the opponents, nothing. There is not a single complaint that you will hear that cannot be addressed in an amendment. This is important for the state and for workers. So with that, I urge a favorable report on the bill, as I know will be amended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. So are Heather and Leonard going to speak, or are you here just for information, or?
I can speak, yes.
Okay, thank you, Heather.
And can you hear me well enough, or do I need to? Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Beidel and the committee. As you know, my name is Heather Heilman. I'm an assistant attorney general in sort of the nascent version of the Worker Protection Unit. I'm going to discuss sort of the highlights of the bill. I'm not going to get into the details too much, but I will do my best to answer questions afterwards. The bill amends, as you heard the Attorney General say, it amends the Workplace Fraud Act in significant ways, including by expanding coverage to all industries. It is important to understand, and I'm sure you do understand, that misclassification is already very much illegal in all industries. And, there can be unemployment insurance and workers' compensation consequences for that. The bill also creates liability for general contractors, higher level contractors and successors. It increases penalties under the bill, including licensing and debarment consequences. The bill as written allows the Attorney General to act independently to enforce this law and other wage theft laws, but we are submitting amendments that would change that to a mandatory referral process whereby the Labor Commissioner would refer cases to us for civil litigation. Another important point about this is that the bill does not change the existing ABC test, meaning the presumption that a worker is an employee unless certain the three factors that mark that workers being truly independent are met. Again, to note that in unemployment and in workers' compensation, there already is a presumption of employment. I will also add that the bill amends the False Claims Act in such a way to allow false statements made to support the underpayment of unemployment insurance premiums to be addressed through the False Claims Act. And finally, it creates the Worker Protection Unit in the Office of the Attorney General and will allow that unit to conduct investigations and litigate to the extent that we have jurisdiction to do so. So I'll leave it there, but happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Leonard, are you going to testify?
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I just want to briefly just point out what we are not trying to do here, since that was such a topic last week. As the Attorney General said, this is in no means a takeover of the Department of Labor's responsibility. We want to work cooperatively with all stakeholders in this process. We presented last week examples of other states where the Attorney General has concurrent or independent jurisdiction. When you look at those states and just the size, the footprint that they have, they pretty much range from around 9 to 20 professionals that operate in those units. Currently, we have a unit of 2. And when you look at our fiscal note, we'll max out at a number of 6. So our footprint is intentionally small because we are truly focusing our attention on those business practices that pose the greatest threat to our economic well-being. We know that the stakes are high here. We've seen firsthand what has happened when the state has not actively enforced our misclassification laws. You can see those reports in the Department of Labor's recently released Joint Enforcement Task Force annual report. So just want to reemphasize that we are truly ready to work with all stakeholders on whatever amendments are necessary. But we think, at a critical moment here when we really do need to protect not only our workers, but to do what we can to make sure that there is a level playing field for businesses who compete for public contracts and for those hard-earned dollars that Marylanders have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hershey has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney General, I think your comment that obviously there are lots of concerns about this bill is probably the most accurate that I've heard with respect to the amount of amendments that we've seen, not only from your agency, but from people that are concerned about the bill. But in your submitted written testimony, at the very end, you do have a series of amendments to the bill. It's about a page and just over a page. Is that everything that you've talked about and referenced when you were providing comments that you recognized that you needed amendments?
No. No.
That is not?
No.
Okay. There are more through, okay. There's more that we just haven't seen yet is what you're
correct.
saying. Okay. So, obviously that's very concerning for us as a committee to hear, that there are this many concerns, and yet there are an awful lot of amendments that still need to be done that we don't have in our possession yet to evaluate. I will go to a couple things. Many years ago, I think I was in Economic Matters at the time when we did talk about independent workers, independent employees, and we were very specific at that time to just classify that with construction and landscaping. The way your bill is written right now, it almost presumes that all workers are employees. Is that accurate, or do you have amendments that are going to change that as well?
Well, we're not changing the presumption about who's an employee and who's not. And as Ms. Heilman mentioned, misclassification already in Maryland can be addressed, whether it's in unemployment insurance compensation for tax purposes. The limitation to construction and industry is simply when it comes to the Wage Hour Protection Act and what can be investigated for misclassification. But under current law, the comptroller can investigate for misclassification. In the context of unemployment insurance, that those issues are always litigated, and this bill doesn't change any of that.
Okay, so when we talk about gig technology, and obviously, you know, there's a number of Uber drivers that are here for a few bills today, but one of them is this bill. Does this change the classification of gig technology workers and employees or workers like Uber?
No.
This won't change that?
No. What this will do will give both the Labor Commissioner and, if you see fit, the Office of the Attorney General, the ability to, where there's reason to believe that there's misclassification in that industry, to be able to investigate it for the purposes of a wage and hour protection. But just to be clear, if there is, and I'm not here to represent what the comptroller sees and doesn't see and what Unemployment Insurance Commission sees and doesn't see. But if there are questions about misclassification, whether it's Uber, Lyft, or any other industry today, and it comes up in the context of unemployment insurance compensation in the commission or the comptroller and tax collection, they're going to apply the tests that exist today and make determinations. We're not changing that.
So in your opinion, is there a misclassification of Uber?
That's a fact-specific inquiry, and I don't have the facts to be able to make that because I don't have the authority to look at it. I haven't looked at that.
What are we seeing in other states with respect to that? Is there any type of precedent that's being set or something that you'd be following?
I don't think that I could characterize that. Look, there have been a lot of, and I said this last week, there have been a lot of cases and challenges brought against Uber and Lyft and other sort of gig industries, and there have been settlements that have happened. There have been cases, some won, some lost. So I really can't speak generally to that. It is an industry where, for I think good reason, the question is asked: are these independent workers or not? But I think the important point to make here is that our bill does not change the presumption or the test that is applied. And it is a test that is applied right now in other contexts. It's just not applied in the wage and hour context, or the wage and hour context.
Another comment was made, again, you can say all you want that this is not a takeover, but honestly, your office has had a number of pieces of legislation seeking to expand it in a number of ways. Why are you saying that while this is already the responsibility of Department of Labor, why are you saying that they cannot continue to handle this on their own?
This is why, Senator, my colleague in the District of Columbia, because of the tools that he has, which is what we're looking for in this bill. I mentioned a case where he recovered lost wages, stolen wages of 1,200 workers, $3.75 million. When you look at fiscal year 2024, under the enforcement of the Workplace Fraud Act, workers found misclassified, 81. This is Maryland. Citations issued, 18. Restitution recovered, it's a good number, 1 million in 1 year. The DC Attorney General did 3.75 in one case. So the short answer to your question is, it's not that the Labor Commissioner is not doing a good job. I sometimes use the comparison to state's attorneys, and believe me, we're not talking about criminal law here, but just bear with me for a minute. We've got 24 state's attorneys around the state. They're doing these automatic dockets every day, misdemeanors, felonies, and that's important work. I've got an organized crime unit in the criminal division. One could ask, why do you have an organized crime unit in the criminal division when you got state's attorneys? Well, you could also extend that to, why do we have a U.S. attorney, right? Why do we have all sorts of enforcement? It's because we need that overlapping protection in Maryland when it comes to protecting workers in the workplace. Labor Commissioner does their job. They do a good job with the limited tools that they have. We're asking to expand their tools, give us authority so that we can do longer term types of investigations that the Labor Commissioner currently doesn't do.
Okay. So you're kind of in the opinion that if you dig deep enough, you'll find something.
I'm not following that question. I think I am, but if you,
I mean,
I don't want to answer yes or no
if the-
unless I understand your question.
My point is if the Department of Labor is handling this already, and in your words, you're saying that they're doing an adequate job, essentially what you're saying is if you give your office some power and you dig even further, you'll find more that they're not finding.
Let me just say, here's what happens in the District of Columbia.
Real
Right.
quick, because you saw what other states have done, and you've said if they're able to uncover this much and our Department of Labor has not, that must be going unfounded, and your office could
Because
find
here's
it.
what happens. 2 or 3 workers, 4 workers at a work site come, they make a complaint at the Department of Labor, and the Department of Labor rightfully says to that employer, hey, look, I've got Leonard, Anthony, and Heather. They've made a complaint, wage theft. Let's see the employment record, not the payroll records for those 3 employees, okay? Let's see, yep, okay, we see that you underpaid them, you sold their wage, whatever, and here's a citation 1, citation 2, citation 3, okay? We'll do it differently. Okay, we'll do it differently, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, if you're doing it to Leonard, Anthony, and Heather, we need to take a look at your payroll broadly, because there's a good chance you're doing it to, and I won't use first names, Senator 1, Senator 2, Senator, and that's what happens in the states that are recovering for workers. This is for many businesses, the unscrupulous businesses, not the good businesses. This is a business practice. Okay, this is a business model. The thinking is that I may pay a citation for a few $100s, a few $1,000s, and I can live with that. I can live with that. What they're not going to be able to live with is a $3.75 million settlement or judgment when the Attorney General, upon investigation, with all the checks and balances that I currently have in investigations, if I need a subpoena and I have to go to enforce it, I go to court, right? If there are protections that you guys have already put into law. With all those protections in place, I use the authority I can. I do these longer-term investigations. I recover bigger dollars on behalf of workers.
All right, and Manager, my final question, if you don't mind. You had mentioned, again, what you've seen in District of Columbia, and mentioned that even some of the companies that they found are operating or even based in Maryland. Just curious, what type of companies or what type of industries are they seeing the most wage theft involvement in? Where are we seeing that?
The 2 that I mentioned in my testimony are in the construction industry.
So
the 2 are in the construction industry.
Okay, so.
But I think Ms. Hyland may want to say, the data shows, and I'm answering your question as it pertains to the 2 cases I cited, the data shows, and you're going to hear from others, that there are other industries where misclassification is rampant. And I alluded to them in my testimony.
And what are those?
Janitorial services, the hospitality industry, the home health care, which the General Assembly, I think it was last year, already began to address in the home health care context. So you've already recognized, that misclassification is rampant. And I think Mr. Howie could probably give you a little bit of background because he was on the scene, not responsible for it, but when the law was passed for construction and landscaping,
right.
And it really was kind of like under duress. Hey, okay, well, we're not going to do it. A lot of opponents, just give us 1 or 2 industries, and boom, construction and landscaping came out.
Right. I remember Mr. Howie being there at the time, so. Okay, I appreciate your responses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Reedy, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney General, for the explanations. Just to follow up on my colleague, does this bill allow, is this a change in that it's going to allow your office to sue employers to go after employers without really a complaint from the employee, right? I mean, this is different than you just described. The Labor Department will get complaints, investigate them, adjudicate them, obviously find people who aren't doing the right work. But you're going to be able to then come in behind that and say, we sense a pattern, so we're going to, I mean, is there going to be any, that's a change. That's part of why you would have this bill, right? Because you can't do that currently, but wouldn't that be something that's somewhat groundbreaking in the state, that you'd be able to go after a business without there being, for this kind of thing, without there being a complaint from an employee?
Right, I'd say no, and let me answer. One of the amendments that were, because that was a concern that was raised in the House, and one of the amendments is it'll be complaint driven, okay? But I just want you to know, and I know it's often, particularly the opposition testimony, this notion that like the Attorney General is going to run ripshod through our business community, right? And you've given the Attorney General, long before I ever came into office, extraordinary resources to protect consumers, to protect other Marylanders. And just by way of example, in my Consumer Protection Division, I don't need a complaint to do the types of investigations that we do. And I don't think any one of you, I dare say, has ever received a complaint that the Consumer Protection Division in the Office of the Attorney General is just sort of rogue and just going after people indiscriminately, right? We don't have the resources to do that, right? So when we have reason to believe in consumer protection, if we have reason to believe, not driven by a complaint, but sometimes we see things, we see advertisements. We live in the community. We experience it ourselves. And it may prompt an investigation. So the bill as originally filed had a similar sort of scenario. It didn't require a complaint. But we heard the concerns from the opposition. We heard the concerns last week. And we think that a reasonable compromise would be that it's complaint driven.
Okay, so then a complaint comes from an employee. But so how is that different than the complaint process? What can you do more than the Department of Labor can do in a complaint-driven process if we pass the bill with this amendment?
So right now, neither the commissioner, and certainly not me, but the commissioner can't go to court, right? It's an administrative process, and through this administrative process, a citation is filed, is issued, and only if the citation is not honored can you go to circuit court for enforcement. This bill allows Maryland Attorney General to do what you currently can do today. Today, you can bring a civil action for wage theft, right? There is a personal right of action, right? Those cases are rarely brought, and primarily because the truth of the matter is those who are having their wages stolen are not well resourced to bring these types of actions. It's black and brown people, it's single moms, it's non-native speakers, native English, I should say non-English speakers who are seeing this wage theft, and they're not bringing actions. But they have the authority right now under the law to do it. So we want to position the state similarly, where we can bring we can bring an action in court when we have the requisite belief, right? Not indiscriminately going into businesses, but with the complaint. That's what the amendment is, the complaint. And not just any complaint, we've got to evaluate the complaint, right? We show up at an employer's door with a subpoena. They say, nope, we're not going to honor that. We'd have to go to court, right, to get it enforced. So all the protections in law that apply to my Consumer Protection Division would apply in this context as well. And I would say this, again, to the extent that opposition says, no, that's not what the bill does, and what the Attorney General said isn't accurate, then that's what the bill should say. And whether it's a bill draft in error or it's an amendment that wasn't introduced, but every single one of these concerns can be addressed with an amendment.
If there's thank you. If there's an unknowing violation, does the bill make any distinction between unknowing? I was looking through the bill, but it's a big bill. So is there a distinction between accident? I mean, some of the opposition is coming from the gig economy folks, TechNet, some of the rideshare folks. And they're concerned this totally restructures into an ABC model of classifying all workers. Now, you've addressed a little bit of that with my colleague's question. I still have some concerns here, but there's also folks like, some of the other small business groups that we hear from concerned about basically when the laws are unknowingly violated, it's almost treated as the same as if there's a knowing violation.
I'm going to let Ms. Heilman
yeah,
handle
please.
this.
Yeah, that's not true. Well, the existing law distinguishes between knowing and non-knowing violations, and the bill does as well, although it does increase penalties for both knowing and non-knowing violations.
And what's the rationale for increasing penalties for, because my view is an unknowing you could have a lot of businesses operating in, especially in the gig economy, that very legitimately could have even a spate of unknowing violations all at once. So what would your response be, why we would be increasing penalties on that?
Well, I will say the bill as well, first of all, because the existing bill applies only to construction and landscaping, and yet we know that misclassification in construction is still rampant. So at least in the construction industry, we feel like people should know. But I do take your point as to, new industries that may be coming under coverage. There may be some confusion. The bill does give the Labor Commissioner the discretion to assess a penalty that seems to fit the facts, including the fact that this person has never been here before, seems to misunderstand the law.
So you're saying, but we're saying it doesn't impact rideshare, for example, as an but you're saying it does bring people under the law to some extent. So what do you mean by that?
Because currently the law only covers construction and landscaping. So we are, leaving aside rideshare, we are expanding it to other industries that has sort of more of a clear employer-employee sort of.
Okay, so this bill is expanding who's covered under this
Oh, absolutely.
outside of okay. And I guess the last question I'd have is there's generally we've talked about there being opposition from the business community, but we have the minority business contractors are opposing this. There's a number of other groups that are really concerned about this that are not the traditional folks we would necessarily hear from on opposing an attorney general related bill. I guess in closing for questions, do you have the bandwidth to do this? Because we're hearing your office has got a lot going on, and the General Assembly has empowered the Attorney General to do a lot of things. And we hear a lot about the need for more resources. We've been considering an opioid-related thing to try to get more resources for that. So now we're coming in with more here. I just have some concerns about mission creep, I guess, for lack of a better term. I don't know if you can respond to that.
Right. I wouldn't say, I'm not sure I'm going to adopt mission creep because the state of Maryland already has this mission. But I know Mr. Leonard Howie talked about the fiscal note and the size of the unit. We're not asking in the appropriations or budget and tax. We didn't ask the governor for additional resources to do this. I have set aside 2 pins in my consumer protection division. One of them is Ms. Heilman is in, and I have an investigator that will be doing this work. Is that all I need? Absolutely not. And when the economy recovers, and I'm confident that the governor's growth budget is going to lead to a growth economy. I'm not going to tell you that I'm not going to come back in 3 or 4 years and say, hey, we need some more resources. But I can, with this authority and the 2 people I have, I can begin making the inroads in this area that are going to protect Marylanders. And I'm going to recover millions of dollars for Marylanders. We are going to, I'm not hiding the fact that, there are going to be businesses who, particularly on the intentional side and blatant, we will assess penalties. We don't do that for the sake of generating revenues, but revenues will be generated by the state. A lot of the activities of the Office of Attorney General, not motivated by revenues, but do generate revenues. But as our economy grows and our state budget grows, I will come back to you in a few years and I'll say, hey, you see the 2 people that I had? This is the great work we've done. I need 2 more. And you'll say, yep, you get them, or you'll say, no, you won't. But I can, with these authorities, I can begin implementing this authority.
Okay. Thank you. We'll see about those federal tax cuts, the Trump tax cuts getting finalized too. That'll help the economy too. Thank you very much.
Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And General Brown, thank you for this bill. I'm reading the synopsis here. It says, this bill establishes a worker protection unit in the Office of the Attorney General to enforce workers' rights and expand your authority to investigate and prosecute violations of specific workers' rights laws. Now, in this, I'm glad my colleague just mentioned President Trump. No one is violating workers' rights more than President Trump, firing federal workers at will. The latest thing came out yesterday. They cut the workers' credit limit down to $1 on their government credit cards. So if you are traveling, you have to pay monies out of your own pocket. A lot of violations of workers' rights. I know you as Attorney General has, currently joined other Attorney Generals and basically sued to get the administration to be more respectful of the law of the Constitution. Are you doing anything in that area to protect these federal workers' rights in Maryland as far as the violation of not just workers' rights, it's basic humanity and basic principles, people stuck and can't get around because of cancellations of jobs, contracts, and now the latest cancellation of, their credit card?
So let me start by saying that Senate Bill 638, I think that's the name of this bill, has nothing to do with our federal enforcement actions, right? I just want to be clear on that. This is protecting Maryland workers primarily against employers and really private sector employers in Maryland. To answer your question, we've brought a number of actions against the federal government. I won't go into detail on all of them unless you're, and I'm more than happy to visit you on this. Probably the most relevant action that we've brought is against the DOJ, right, the Department of Government Efficiency, claiming that there is no authority to appoint certain people to what we believe are federal officials acting without Senate confirmation under the Appointments Clause, that they have unfettered access to the central payment system at the U.S. Treasury that puts in jeopardy not only the interests of the state of Maryland, but those of Marylanders to the tune of $11 billion and $51 billion, respectively. There are other actions that are being taken by the administration that, certainly we're mindful of, we're evaluating. You gave the Office of the Attorney General in 2017 the authority to protect Maryland workers, whether they're federal or otherwise, and we're going to use those authorities to the best of our ability.
Yeah, thank you so much. But that's effective. So in Maryland, we have a lot of federal workers, and they're reaching out to us as state officials. Just yesterday alone, there was like hundreds of protesters out in Lawyers Mall in Annapolis here about federal actions. So our citizens are looking to us for leadership when it comes to their rights being decimated, and I appreciate you doing what you're doing. And I really believe that we need to help you to have the resources to stand up for the unconstitutional, for the illegal and inhumane treatment of human beings that's happening now. And there's so many appeals I get as a state senator for help. And I just wanted to know that maybe you said this bill 938 is for state, but maybe we can put one of the amendments on to give you more resources to go after, hire more lawyers, to go after this administration as they decimate human lives. People have worked hard so many years to protect this country, are being harassed, being forced out, and resources taken. So I'll talk to you about an amendment maybe to do to this bill what we need to do to make it more effective, because that is a big issue at hand currently. What's happened to hundreds of thousands of workers and contractors. I've never imagined that's possible in the country that I serve to defend. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I will, I would suggest not necessarily I wouldn't look at this bill as the vehicle. There was robust debate on the House floor on that very issue. Their House is going to send you something. I would ask that you debate that and see if that's the appropriate vehicle, but not 638, not this bill. I would respectfully ask not. You're going to get a vehicle. You're going to get a vehicle to debate and consider that very issue. I think that's probably the better vehicle to do it on.
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, thank you for that response. I should have left my mic on to hear your response. So could you reach out to us what that vehicle is, and so we can look out for it, make sure it gets over here
Absolutely.
to our part. And so when it comes, and thank you for all you do. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. General. Thank you.
Senator Mounts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You were talking about the expansion of workers that are covered with this legislation. It was asked, the question prior or earlier was, does this expand the scope? And the answer was yes, yes, oh, yes. Can you explain the expansion or help identify how it's being expanded and who would be covered under this bill who's not currently covered?
I'm going to let Ms. Heilman speak to that, follow up and clean up any of my mistakes. But right now, it's the construction industry and the landscaping industry, right? So you got construction and landscaping, and that guardrail here and that limitation here, we're eliminating those, and it's the labor force. It's the marketplace. It's every industry. Did I get it
Yeah,
wrong?
no, that's correct. Yeah, so, yeah, as the Attorney General said, currently, the Workplace Fraud Act applies only to construction and landscaping. The language in the bill is to strike that and say it applies to all industries.
And to be clear, it's not as if current law says in the construction industry and the landscaping industry, we are defining misclassification that only applies here. Misclassification has a definition already in law, and outside of construction and landscaping. If for tax purposes, I'm just saying, and I don't know what the comptroller's doing, but if for the tax purposes, the comptroller is doing tax audits and looking at who's paying their W-2s and who's paying 1099s for independent contractors, and they have reason to believe that, wait a second, that job classification isn't a 1099, that's a W-2. They're going to investigate. And they're going to apply a test, and they're going to say, no, you have misclassified a worker outside of construction and landscaping. It's in the Wage and Hour Protection, Wage and Hour Act, where the commissioner today cannot look at misclassification under the law.
Okay. Well, thank you. That explains it. I wasn't quite clear if it was just a couple different things or everything, and the answer is it's everything. So it takes that Workplace Fraud Act and applies it to all workplace situations.
Yes.
And with workplace fraud, Department of Labor does this work right now, correct?
Yes, and on they do the workplace fraud, and on misclassification, only construction industry and landscaping industry.
Right. And so how would that work? So, if this, would Department of Labor keep doing their work?
Yes.
Or who would be doing the work? Because you're talking about the Attorney General's office now doing this work.
Right, so-
Is the concept that they would work simultaneously, or who's doing the work?
So an example, and I know when the labor commissioner comes up, she can answer this question as well. They may get a complaint on a work site, and they may get a complaint for 2 or 3 workers. And they look at it and they say, yep, we're going to take this, we're going to do this, we're going to handle it like we do today. And then that's it, and they're handling it. Or they might say, oh, we see this, and we think the Attorney General will handle it. Maybe it's a little bit more in-depth. Maybe it crosses other sort of enforcement authorities, and we think this is a better one for the Attorney General. And it'll be their call. If they look at those 2 and 3 and they say, as we're proposing the amendment, and say, we're not going to do anything, they have to refer it to us for us to evaluate it as well. But what you won't have is you will not have the commissioner and the Office of the Attorney General simultaneously doing an investigation. Just like under criminal law, when your state's attorney working with local law enforcement is investigating, considering prosecuting a case, my office, my criminal division does not do the same thing.
And I think I got confused with some of the testimony because earlier there was some back and forth, and the reference was well, we live in the community, we see things, we know what's going on, we're going to act on this. To me, that doesn't sound like the Department of Labor. To me, that sounds like the Attorney General's office is in the neighborhood, hearing things, seeing things, and they're acting on things. Did I hear that incorrectly?
Maybe let me clarify what you heard. The question was asked in the context of whether or not we can initiate a claim ourselves or whether or not we have to be driven by a complaint brought to us. And I was describing our Consumer Protection Division, right, under current law. I don't need someone to make a complaint. So for example, and I have employees in the Consumer Protection Division. I have employees that work at the Department of Environment. They're out in the marketplace and they feel like, wow, man, I was just at X business and that seemed like an unfair and deceptive trade practice. And they come back to the OAG and they say, hey, you know what? This is what happened to us at fill in the blank place. We could look at that and say, hey, you know what? Let's take a look at this and see if there's a consumer protection problem.
Yeah, but that's the analogy that was used for the need for this legislation. And that's why I was asking about whether the Department of Labor was leading this or the Attorney General's office was leading it or who was in charge. So the analogy is like, look, this works for consumer protection. That's why we need this for workplace fraud. Maybe I heard it incorrectly, but I was just trying to clarify that. I know there's other witnesses. I had one particular question about removing the safe harbor, because I was under the impression the safe harbor is good for subcontractors. It helps subcontractors, get some of this work. Am I missing something about the safe harbor?
So when you say safe harbor, are you talking about the exempt persons definition?
Yes.
Okay. It's true that this bill at this point, we have stricken that. And the reason for that is because I believe I think that even under the ABC test, you can a true independent contractor could hire another independent contractor or something like that who's in the same business without implicating this law. I don't consider that to be like the most important part of this bill, so we're open for discussion.
And wouldn't that create a new level of hardship for the subcontractor?
Well, in my view, the subcontractor is already fine under the existing ABC test. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to convey.
Okay.
In other words, if you are truly an independent contractor, you're in business for yourself, you can certainly hire somebody else who's also in business for themselves to do part of the project, as long as they're not integrated into your business.
So then why would it be needed? Why is it, what's justification for eliminating it?
Well, let me be clear. I believe that you're already okay under the ABC test and you don't need that safe harbor. Again, we're open to hearing concerns about that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to remind the committee, we heard a bill earlier this week on the UEF issue and how they're almost bankrupt, paying workman's comp claims for employers that did not properly insure them as employees. So keep that in mind. Maybe this isn't the vehicle, or maybe it isn't in this shape before we see the amendments, but we do have a problem in Maryland with employers not properly hiring people and providing their benefits. Isn't that so, Mr. Attorney General?
Yes. And Madam Chair, last week, a concern that was raised, and, you had members who asked, because this bill says that general contractors are responsible for the misclassification done by their subcontractors. And it's like, whoa, wait a second, I'm a general contractor. Why should I be responsible for that? Under current law, general contractors have responsibility in so many other areas for the misconduct of their subcontractors, one of them being unemployment insurance. If you're a general contractor and your sub is not covering their employees on unemployment insurance, you as a general contractor are liable for that. So this is not a new concept that a general contractor is going to share the liability for the unlawful conduct of their subcontractor.
Senator Mountain.
Open up this can, but I mean, that's one of the things is, the people, the individuals that are getting targeted, that are involved in a lot of the investigations, those are the lawful, they're trying to at least, maybe they're not operating lawfully, but they're not operating lawfully, but perhaps they're trying to operate lawfully. But there's legions of other entities out there that are operating completely unlawfully. Since we've gone here, what in this bill would authorize a department to go after those that are completely unlawful? So, you've got shades of gray in this area that we're talking about, this big problem, and there's these employers out there, there's businesses that are going on that aren't paying in, that are operating illegally completely. How does this target those entities as opposed to the ones that are either legally and proven innocent and have to pay the cost to be proven innocent, or the ones that are trying to be legal but they're illegal focusing efforts on them, they're easy to identify. But the ones that are hard to identify are the ones that are completely rogue and that are completely not paying in, that are completely draining the system.
You're about unemployment insurance? When you say
Well,
paying in, or you?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that would be
Yeah,
one of the things
workers'
they're not
comp, I'm
paying
sorry,
into.
workers' comp, yeah. You want to take?
Yeah, Secretary Wu can talk more extensively about this, but the mechanism that's already in place to really address that and to get eyes on activity from a broad array of actions is the Joint Enforcement Task Force, where you have Department of Labor unemployment that has unemployment insurance, occupational licensing. You have the comptroller, you have Workers' Comp Commission, you have the Attorney General there, all sharing information about what they're seeing. So in the case of employers failing to pay into the Workers' Comp Fund, as was the example that was brought in, the task force has the mission of seeing what's kind of going on there. And then invariably, if you find somebody who's not paying into that fund, unemployment insurance will say, wait a minute, they're on our list as well. So we have that mechanism already in place. That was part of the structure that was put into place back in 2009 when the Workplace Fraud Act was implemented in the first place.
Thank you for the indulgence, Madam Chair. I think I hijacked the hearing. I apologize. I didn't mean to go that far.
Someone did, it wasn't you. Thank you. Any other questions for this panel? Senator Washington?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a real quick question. I know that last year there was some pins that were approved, about 5 of them, for the Department of Labor to investigate some of these issues that are happening. Do we have any updates about what happened? What has occurred? Did they hire them already? Have they started investigating already? What's the update from that from within the Department of Labor?
Senator Washington, you are going to hear from the Secretary of Labor and/or the Commissioner. I think they'll be able to give you an accurate update on that.
Cool. Thank you.
Senator Washington, is that all? Okay, thank you. Okay, you can relax a little bit. We're going to bring up a group of favorables. I have 6 favorables and 6 chairs. Perfect. Donna Edwards, Pia Morrison, Greg Ackerman, William Kress, Megan McDermott, and Amy Galatly. Yes. Sure.
Or the panels, I guess. Obviously, this is a bill that's been crafted by the unions. I mean, it's no secret to all of that. It might be more beneficial to hear the testimony that has a better understanding of what the amendments are rather than what the bill is. Because if even the AGs come in and say he's offering these amendments, all of this testimony is based on just favorable.
Yeah.
So it might be more beneficial for us as we're trying to go through these amendments to hear your thoughts on what the AG's proposed amendments are, not just the bill that you wrote,
If they've heard the proposed amendments.
if
Have
they've
you
heard
about
it or not.
I don't have a copy of them, but I can speak
So-
to the conversations.
Okay.
Let's
that's
do
great.
that.
Thank you. I'm just
Okay.
trying, because
Okay.
there's just so many meetings
I
that are
know,
out there.
I understand, Senator.
Thank you.
So let's start on this left end if we can and just go right down the row, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Greg Ackerman. I'm the president of the Baltimore DC Metro Building Trades Council. We're a council of the 28 construction trade unions in the region, representing 30,000 workers. We want to testify in favor of this legislation. Appreciate the opportunity to do so. I think to speak to the broader issue of wage theft, it's an existential issue for our industry. We see that it affects vulnerable workers as well as law-abiding businesses, and the need for this legislation is massive. I think also Maryland has a unique problem. Despite the relatively strong wage and hour laws on the books, it's still our experience across the country that Maryland has some of the worst wage theft issues in the country. And so I think we appreciate the great measures that the Attorney General and all the other stakeholders are taking to address the issue. I think, you know, To speak to some of the current gaps in the wage theft law, obviously one of the massive issues that we see is this issue of misclassification, where workers are classified as 1099 independent contractors as opposed to full employees. And we still see in the Workplace Fraud Act right now that workers don't have the ability to go after their upper tier contractors. Oftentimes, workers that are getting misclassified are working for what we call labor brokers, which are lower tier contractors. They're these fly-by-night staffing companies that take on the liability of cheating workers. And so as soon as those companies are caught with some sort of violation, they change their name, they leave town. So holding upper tier contractors liable is really, we found, the only way to address this wage theft issue. Workers know when we talk to them on the job site that if they can't go after their upper tier contractor, they don't bother. And as we know, especially given the actions of the Trump administration, workers are more afraid now than they are ever. Companies, especially these fly-by-night companies, aren't afraid to call immigration and threaten workers and retaliate against them. So thank you for the time. Appreciate the time of the panel.
Donna?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Donna Edwards. I'm president of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO, and we strongly support the bill even as amended because we know that our Attorney General and the Department of Labor are working together in a collaborative, cooperative manner to make sure that we bring forward the strongest bill possible that protects the over 3 million workers in this state. And so they have been working very hard together. The bill came out strong, and nothing infers that our Department of Labor and Licensing is not very good, and the Commissioner of Labor has been doing an extraordinary job coming into a system that was broken and a department that was broken. We just look at this as another tool in the legal toolbox, and one that is very necessary. Employers who steal from workers are cheating Maryland's economy, are cheating not just workers, but other businesses. And I'm not sure why there's so extraordinary effort to protect people who want to steal from workers in order to stay in business or to profit in their business. This is about wage theft. Wage theft does not just occur in a vacuum. It is in hospitality, it is in retail, it is in healthcare, as well as landscaping, construction, and you all know it was in the state of Maryland employment as well. So we ask that you continue to work with both the Attorney General and our Department of Labor and come to the best resolve for the best outcome for workers who, by the way, contribute more than any other source in income tax, which is what Maryland needs in the general budget. So please give this a favorable. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, my name is Pia Morrison. I'm president of SEIU Local 500. I represent 23,000 workers in Maryland and DC. I do ask that the Senate committee vote favorably to support this bill. One of the key components of this bill is the establishment of the Worker Protection Unit within the Office of the Attorney General. This unit will focus on enforcing labor laws, investigating fraudulent workplace practices, and ensuring that workers receive the wages and benefits to which they are entitled. By centralizing enforcement efforts, Maryland can make more effectively combat wage theft and employee misconduct. Just a personal story for me and my own family. I have a sister who was previously in retail and very often with a very large retailer that we all know whose name starts with a W and ends with a T, who very frequently was the victim of wage theft. And as a result of that, I often supported her and supplemented her income because they would have her working during her lunch and off hours. And I was explaining to her that it was wage theft. But of course, it's difficult when you don't feel as if you have any power. And here in Maryland, where you have one of the most progressive states in the country, you really have an opportunity to do good work here to make sure that workers are protected and that they are compensated fairly for the work that they're doing and not to be taken advantage of. Maryland workers deserve better, and I certainly hope that we can get a favorable vote from you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bill Kress. I'm here today on behalf of LIUNA, Labor's International Union of North America. They represent laborers, usually the lowest skilled construction workers on the job site. I want to share with you a story of an ongoing case. Let's put some color to what's going on in the industry today. So currently at the federal court, there is a recently filed case against two contractors alleging that 80 of their employees were not paid correctly. They were forced to show up, load trucks in the yard, spending 1 or 2 hours every morning. They were then put out on the job site, not paid prevailing wage based on the underground utility bill that this committee passed 2 years ago. After that, they were not paid their overtime rates. And then when they filed suit, almost half of those employees were fired. So there retaliation in this case. The workers are lucky in that the Public Justice Center took this case on, represented them, and filed suit. But oftentimes, these workers are the lowest skilled, the least sophisticated workers on the job site, up against a company in this case that's very sophisticated, very well financed. I know that because they're well represented in Annapolis by lobbyist friends of mine. We got to battle on this issue many times over the years. So they clearly understood the law, and they flaunted the law. They knew that prevailing wage was in effect, and they chose not to pay their workers. So that case is pending, and I think it goes to really the imbalance of power between the parties. And that's why the Attorney General should have additional powers to represent the workers of Maryland. So with that, I would conclude my testimony and ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Madam Chair, can I be excused? I have to be in 2 other hearings.
You're going to miss all the good questions, Mr. Kress.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to the committee. My name is Megan McDermott. I'm an advocacy director at Maryland Legal Aid. Low-income workers, like the clients that my colleagues and I represent in Maryland Legal Aid, are especially vulnerable to all the issues that we're talking about here today: workplace fraud, wage theft, poor working conditions. Many of our clients work in unseen, low-paying jobs like maintenance, cleaning, or farm work. These workers often go unnoticed, and so too do their working conditions. It can be very difficult for them to feel like they have the power and the voice to advocate for themselves. That's why Senate Bill 938 is so important. Also, to all the conversations about the gig economy today, many legal aid clients work in the gig economy. And this industry is notorious for sort of giving workers this false idea about flexibility and independent contracting. These jobs are actually often very highly controlled by the employer. And these folks think that they're working as independent contractors, but they would really qualify to work as employees. And when they're being that controlled by the employer, they also deserve all the rights that an employee has, including being able to unionize, being able to advocate and have leave, family leave, and other benefits like that. Legal Aid receives a lot of requests for representation in employment law, and right now we're not doing a lot of work in this area. But because of these requests and because of this need, we're joining the Office of the Attorney General in plans to expand legal advocacy in this area. Of course, OAG may be bound by the passage of this bill, but Legal Aid is moving forward now with creating a workers' rights unit that will represent individuals statewide in cases like the ones that we're talking about here today. So for all of these reasons, we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 938. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Amy Galatly, and I'm here from the Public Justice Center. Today, I want to offer some testimony on how workplace fraud looks different in different industries. But essentially, it always comes down to employers thinking that basic workers' rights don't apply to their workers. I'm going to share a few examples that we've seen from our own work in the last year. Sometimes this misclassification is explicit. For example, last year we had a client who was an employee of a call center, and as a condition of employment, she was made to sign a contract that stated that she was an independent contractor. However, there was nothing about the terms and conditions of her work that resembled an independent contractor because the call center managed every detail of how and when she did her job, who to call, what to say on the calls, how much money she would make on the calls, and she was paid nothing at all if she spent hours making calls where nobody answered. This is blatant misclassification of a person who should be considered an employee under Maryland law. Another example we encountered in our work last year was at an assisted living facility. The healthcare industry has been notorious for workplace fraud. In this instance, we spoke with 4 former employees of this facility who each worked 24-hour shifts for which they were paid only $80 per shift, which comes out to less than $4 per hour. They were paid through a payment app, and their employer did not deduct payroll taxes on their behalf or pay any overtime, which are telltale signs that the employer is engaging in workplace fraud. Now, to address a question that has come up a little bit in this discussion, these examples are already illegal misclassification under current Maryland law, but what SB 938 would do is give the government more enforcement authority to go after employers like that, and in some instances expand the workers' own rights to file a lawsuit and allege violations of the Maryland Workplace Fraud Act against those employers. For these and other reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, do I have any questions for this panel? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. And panel, thank you for your leadership in this area. And you know, I touched on this with the Attorney General. I'm the voice of my constituents here in Annapolis, and I have a moderate voice, not very loud, but moderate. And they're suffering right now. So I want to know what, Ms. President, Madam President, what are you doing to mobilize to protect workers in the federal space? And I want to just say I thank the Attorney General's office. They get that information to me about bills moving, and so I got that information. Thank you for your efficiency, Mr. Attorney General. I mean, I really appreciate that because this is a serious issue. It has to be all hands on deck to take care of this bill, I know, but the immediate emergency is our federal workers. So, Madam President.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's, first off, it's not just our federal workforce, because it's also where the contracts are, and we know that we have that. It's all across the country, so less than giving you our rendition, but the AFL-CIO, we started preparing for this on November 7th. We knew it was coming, not the tsunami that we've got, but we knew some pain, suffering, and other things were going to come. So we've been preparing. Several of our unions and the AFL-CIO have engaged in lawsuits for various of the departments that have been shut down, for the practices that have been illegal, for the contract violations of, the agreements that we have. And there are suits in various places at district courts, state courts, and at federal courts.
Yeah, and thank you for that.
All across the country.
Yeah,
and actually, we're meeting for 4 days next week. Yeah. So you may not see me, and I know that you'll miss me, but
no, we know
I'll be
you're
over in
working hard
D.C. working on this.
Yeah, and just say, the efforts with lawsuits come from the union, come from the Attorney General, others, very effective, because the Supreme Court just ruled recently that some of the actions of canceling some of these contracts are unconstitutional. A conservative Supreme Court ruled that. So I just want to continue to encourage you, the Attorney General's office, and others to sue. That's our power to take care of our people, and we have to do it.
Yes. And our national unions and our AFL-CIO are working in conjunction with attorney generals and federal courts. Yes. However, I will also tell you, because we're Maryland and D.C., and even today, there's 3 rallies going on at various departments. Yeah. Every day, I have places that I should be and will be when this, because the pressure's coming from the workers as well as from the top.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question, I think maybe for legal aid. Number one, is it your understanding, you mentioned the ride share, the gig economy. At times the flexibility requires some level of sacrifice, but we also, for a worker and a business, but we also know we need to protect workers from being exploited. Is it your understanding of the bill, though, that by removing the term exempt person, it removes the protections for the gig economy even though there's still the test for whether you meet the standard. Is that how you read the bill?
I'm not entirely sure I understand the question, but I think I'll try to answer. My understanding is that the presumption is that someone is an employee, but the employer can show that they're not, that they're an independent contractor. And of course, there are situations, there will still be lots of independent contractors out there, but they have to actually be working as independent contractors and not expected to work as employees by the employer. Did I answer your question?
Okay, but if the nature of the work, the nature of the work of a lot of these is that they are working as contractors under the umbrella of an organization, giving them, or an umbrella of a business, but that's fine.
If they're still working as an independent contractor, then there's no issue. But the issue is when they're not really working as independent contractors and they're not given the rights that they should have as employees.
It just seems like this, it's concerning, it feels like the bill might be tweaking what constitutes a contractual worker. But we can talk about that offline, it's fine. Last question would be, do you guys do a lot of this kind of work now?
Legal aid?
Mm-hmm.
We don't, but we've seen an extreme rise in requests for us to do this type of work.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Reed. Senator Hershey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I know there are lots of amendments, but and I'm not sure which one, does the bill change the ABC test? It does not.
No.
No.
Okay. And so from that type of classification, there will be nothing that will change with respect to how that's currently done.
As far as I know.
It will just potentially open it. So there's no changes to that test.
No, to my knowledge, no. That's something that we worked on even when we did workplace fraud legislation.
Right.
That ABC test has stayed that way.
Stayed and okay. So if the employer-employee relationship is still passing the ABC test to show that it is an independent contractor, none of that is changing as a result
No,
of
I
this
believe the same standards that the Department of Labor has been using are still there.
They're still going to be there.
This is another legal tool based on what we're doing.
I understand. I just want to make sure that, again,
They can answer it better.
I thought I asked the question, and that's why I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to make sure, because my colleague went down that path as well, too, and I just wanted to make sure we're getting the same response. So, all right, thank you very much, and we'll miss you.
Oh, thank you.
I don't see any other questions for this panel. Thank you all very much for your testimony and for your work.
Thank you.
Now we have a similar panel of unfavorables. Michael Adams, Chad Harrell, Grayson Wiggins, Lisa Jones, Michelle Blackwell. Michelle, would you like to start? Just pull the microphone over. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Beidle, members of the committee. My name is Michelle Blackwell, and I'm here on behalf of Uber Technologies, Inc. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on SB 0938. Despite its intended and laudable goal of disincentivizing fraud in the workplace and protecting vulnerable workers, SB 0938 does have the potential to completely upend the flexibility of platform work and shift the way thousands of Marylanders earn a living. The bill's proposed language to who is considered a worker could fundamentally change how people sorry, I lost my place, could fundamentally change how people work and earn, because it presumes that all workers are employees unless proven otherwise. This significant change to how workers are classified does not contemplate or consider those who choose to operate as an independent contractor. Apologies. I think the main point I actually do want to be clear here about today is that our concern isn't over the AG's authority to go after bad actors. We just simply believe that he can do that without a change to the definition of worker in this portion of the code. He did reference his colleagues in DC, Minnesota, and Illinois, and it is my understanding that in DC, they use the economic realities test, which is different than the ABC test with the presumption of workers, or presumption of employment. So we do actually believe that the AG could have this authority without changing the definition. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidle and members of the committee. My name is Chad Horrell, and I'm with DoorDash. I wanted to kind of start out today by just explaining who our Dashers are. There's 220,000 Dashers in the state of Maryland. They come from all walks of life, from teachers to students, retirees, pastors, caregivers. 60% are women. Dashers work on average 3.4 hours per week on the platform. They earn $23 per active hour on the platform. DoorDash opposes Senate Bill 938 because it would impose sweeping changes to how Maryland has traditionally defined employment under the state's wage and hour laws. Dashers are currently independent contractors and could be reclassified if SB 938 were passed. This would strip Dashers of the flexibility that they come to this type of work for. When the average person thinks of employment, they often think of you got to clock in at 9, you clock out at 5. Your boss usually tells you what you're going to work on that day. This is not how Dashers operate. They do not clock in and clock out at a defined time. They have the ability to accept or decline orders as they choose. They can choose to deliver for 1 hour, make one delivery, get paid for that, or dash for multiple hours that day and get paid commensurate to what the work that they did. 81% of Dashers already have full or part-time jobs. They dash, in most cases, to supplement their income, earn income for an upcoming event, and some, I would point out, like caregivers, cannot work a traditional 9-to-5 job and come to the platform to earn money as their schedule allows them. 91% of Dashers prefer the flexibility that dashing provides. Flexibility is possible under the law currently, but would not be possible if SB 938 were passed. So because of this, we ask you to oppose the bill.
Thank you. Lisa?
Sure. I actually didn't know that I was signed up, but since my office signed me. Well, and I will say that I do represent DoorDash, the Maryland Minority Contractors Association, as well as the Associated Builders and Contractors Unfavorable. I was a part of working on the original law that is still in place, and quite honestly, we've tweaked it over the years, and we think that if enforced properly, handles the concerns that one may have with respect to people abusing the independent contractors. One thing I should point out that legislation was passed in California a couple of years ago where it pulled in the gig workers, and it was actually through referendum. It's no longer in place. I think it was somewhere where a 17% margin of voters decided that they did not intend for gig workers to be a part of any type of workplace fraud legislation or even pulled in. I also should point out that the bill does change the ABC test, and I think it's on page 10 or 11. If you look at that section of the bill, which is 43 pages, 14-page fiscal note, there's a lot there. And we haven't seen the amendments, but I'd be very curious to see how those amendments fix this bill, specifically with respect to the ability for the AG's office to, on top of the abilities for labor to investigate someone possibly violating the law. Now you have the AG's office running through their business without a warrant. That's a big concern as well. And with that, I will allow my colleagues to point out some other concerns with the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. To Lisa's point, there's not one test to determine if someone's an independent contractor or an employee in Maryland. So you have the common law test, which is used by the IRS for taxes, and also workers' comp. You have the economic realities test, which is used in the wage and hour statute. And then you have the ABC test, which is generally for landscaping and construction, and then it's also applicable in the UI statute. What this bill does is it inserts a new element into the ABC test. It's page 15, line 15, and it removes the exempt person language in the bill as well. And so what the bill is in fact doing is it is transferring this new test, almost this fourth test, because they didn't actually change the UI statute either. So there's now would be a fourth test, and they're going to apply that across all industries in the state. And that's really untenable because those tests have different factors, and a Joint Enforcement Task Force report in the past has indicated that even agencies can come to different conclusions on whether someone should be classified as an employee or an independent contractor. And so with due respect to the Attorney General, it's difficult to offer amendments when we have a fundamental disagreement on what this bill does, because the test is being changed and it is being applied across new industries, and there will be new determinations that need to be made. And so it's difficult to offer amendments to penalties, and my goodness, is this bill penalized? It sets up two separate tracks, one for the Attorney General, one for the Department of Labor, to penalize for the same issues without double jeopardy considerations. It also leverages or it increases penalties for violations in the same statute that was just amended by this committee last year by Senator Giles' bill, which raised the penalties. It seeks to raise those again for knowing violations. It sets minimum penalties for unknowing violations, financial penalties, which is counterintuitive to the general statutory framework that has been part of this law for quite a while, and it runs counter to how the department has generally enforced this from a compliance perspective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Adams on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors, also in opposition to this bill. I will attempt not to retread ground that has already been covered, but I want to highlight a few portions of this bill that are particularly troubling to my client. First of all, while construction businesses and landscaping businesses are already subject to inspection and copying of business records at the request of the Department of Labor, this bill unnecessarily expands that power and exposes every business in the state of Maryland to, as the bill is currently written, to a warrantless search of their business records. On page 16 of the bill, it allows that the commissioner, on their own initiative or upon receipt of a complaint, can enter and inspect a person's place of business or place of work to observe work being performed, examine and copy records, books, any other records related to compliance with this subtitle. It doesn't really get much broader than that in terms of what they can do. And, as the bill is currently written, if a business owner decides to exercise what they believe to be their Fourth Amendment right to a warrantless search and say, no, you can't come in, the Attorney General can then, under this bill, as it's currently written, go to a district court judge, get a warrant, and now that business is hindering investigation and subject to a $5,000 fine. In addition, as to the construction industry specifically, the bill deletes existing worker protections which require a subcontractor to submit an affidavit regarding their compliance with current law, and instead substitutes a burden of joint and several liability with a general contractor. This creates a chilling effect on the willingness of a general contractor to do business with new or small subcontractors, creating further barriers to entry in an already competitive field. If you're taking away the certification requirement, why would any general contractor hire somebody they don't know if they have to have an ongoing duty to supervise that subcontractor as to their business records, how they keep their books, not just the work they're performing? We would urge an unfavorable report.
I actually have a couple questions, but Michael, I've met with ABC and they generally support contractors that have employees on the job. They often get upset by contractors that are just hiring a bunch of independent contractors. So it's not that you like the process, but not the bill?
I absolutely agree. That's absolutely what we encourage. It's absolutely what the current law encourages. The current law, as it's set up, and this provision is stricken under this bill, it requires that a general contractor get an affidavit signed by the subcontractor that they're abiding by the law, a copy of the contract that they may have with any subs of subs, ensure that their provisions are as they should be under the law. What this changes is it takes away that safe harbor. It takes away sort of that common sense ability for a general contractor to investigate, and instead imposes this ongoing liability. So what it requires is not just that we're supervising that you're doing safe practices, you're showing up on time, you're doing the things you're supposed to do, but if that subcontractor one day brings on a worker that they misclassify, completely without the knowledge of a general contractor and against our direction, now the general contractor is liable. It makes the general contractor have to get so far into the business of the sub that it makes it untenable.
Thank you. And I have seen that happen as an insurance agent. And then the general gets all the insurance bills, for
Absolutely.
the liability and the workman's comp. So I understand. Okay, thank you for explaining that. I don't think I have any other questions. Any questions from the panel? Nope. Thank you very much for all your testimony. Next, we're going to have Secretary Wu and Commissioner Virk. We're going to bring us some information.
Good afternoon, Chair Bidle, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Portia Wu, Secretary of the Maryland Department of Labor, to provide informational testimony on SB 938, and I'm joined by Commissioner Devki Virk over Labor and Industry, who will testify as well. As has been highlighted, workplace fraud and wage theft cost Maryland millions of dollars each year. These practices harm workers and make it difficult for businesses trying to abide by the law. Misclassification can reduce workers' income by $6,000 to $13,000 per worker per year. It also costs the state. In construction alone, we know that misclassification costs the state millions of dollars in unemployment insurance contributions, lost workers' comp premiums, and tax revenue. The Department of Labor is dedicated to protecting Maryland's workers and businesses and ensuring compliance with our state's laws. And we thank the Attorney General for also sharing that commitment. We support many of the provisions of this bill, and we strongly support stronger and better tools to enforce the law. Many of the recommendations in this legislation were advanced in a report by the Workplace Fraud Joint Enforcement Task Force, which I chair, and which include the Comptroller, the Attorney General, and the Workers' Compensation Commissioner, as well as a number of other agencies. This includes expanding general contractor liability, strengthening consequences for repeat violators, and leveling the playing field for workers. Commissioner Virk will speak to some of the joint enforcement. I do want to note we have a number of technical concerns with the legislation. We're encouraged by the Attorney General's work with us. We hope we can resolve these issues. I'll highlight them quickly. The original bill created inconsistent tools, new and expanded powers for the Attorney General, and remedies different for what labor would have when we brought the same kinds of cases, which could lead to inconsistent outcomes. There were also some provisions that appeared to bottleneck the department's ability to use their existing authorities and which could slow and hamper enforcement. And we strongly support sequential referral as opposed to two parallel lanes doing the exact same thing without being coordinated. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I turn it to Commissioner Virk.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Commissioner Virk?
Thank you, Chair Bidle and members of the committee. I'm Devki Virk. I serve as Commissioner of the Division of Labor and Industry under Secretary Wu. Secretary Wu touched on the collaborative work of the group of enforcement staff who has been convened by Labor and Industry starting in May of last year. That collaboration, as I believe some members of the Senate Finance Committee have already heard, has led to fuller, more effective enforcement as we share information and build on one another's work. I do want to take this time to thank the General Assembly for its dedication to labor standards enforcement in this state. Together with the new committed leadership in our wage programs, the additional PINs positions that were approved by this body have enabled our division to meaningfully increase the volume of work and to win real results for Maryland workers across the board, across all of our laws. The committee, again, has already seen some of those results in the January briefing, but just to highlight, in FY 2024, our division recovered over $1 million in restitution for workers on prevailing wage state-funded projects. That was more than the 3 previous years combined, and that figure represents actual dollars in workers' pockets, not liquidated damages. In the wage payment and collection area, we were able to handle 25% more claims in FY 24 than the prior fiscal year and collect 35% more money than the year before, a total of around $800,000 in FY 24. And in the workplace fraud area specifically, the additional 5 PINs that were approved by the General Assembly in FY 25 have allowed us to engage in meaningful enforcement of that law for the first time for years. In calendar year 2024, we went from 0 site visits, 0 worker interviews, to almost 300 site visits, 1,600 worker interviews, and we identified 199 misclassified workers at 29 employers. And we are accelerating that pace since the Senate briefing. 2 months into the new calendar year, we have already identified 155 additional misclassified workers at 17 employers. We look forward, as the Secretary noted, to working with the Attorney General on the technical issues that the department has with this bill and to increasing more effective enforcement for Maryland's workers. Thank you.
Commissioner Virk and Secretary Wu, I remember in our briefing that you talk to us about your cases. You prosecuted 29 cases this past year, which wasn't 29 employees, that was 29 companies. So I know you have really increased the work that you're doing, and we appreciate that.
We have. We feel we're on a good trajectory.
Do you feel like you have enough regulation or statute now, or do you need this bill?
I think there are certainly pieces of this bill that really would strengthen enforcement, and we support that. We are willing to work with the committee to, craft the legislation, and of course, it is the Attorney General's bill, so we would want to support their direction. I think our primary concern, as I noted, and we believe the Attorney General and his team are working on this language. I apologize for referencing language the committee doesn't have in front of them. I know that's not that helpful, but they've taken our feedback. What we don't want to have happen is inconsistent remedies. So it depends if you're a worker or business, which door you walk through. You may not know the difference between the two, but the remedies and outcomes should be able to be the same no matter what door you walk through. And also that it not be that two parallel processes are working and we might be unknowingly investigating from multiple agencies. That's very confusing for workers and for businesses and very disruptive. The Attorney General and his team have been very receptive to our feedback on that. We understand there are certainly cases that present novel issues of law, expansive areas that we cannot cover in the department or just simply at a scale that we cannot enforce. But we believe those can be worked through. And of course, our enforcement is actually done by Assistant Attorneys General. So there is that built-in coordination and information.
Thank you very much for that, Madam Secretary. Senator Mounts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Secretary, I want to thank you for your testimony. And it's interesting because, with having the Attorney General's office, which is separate from the administration, were there any, was the Department of Commerce at all involved in reviewing the legislation or commenting on the legislation? Was there any back and forth or discussion with the Department of Commerce about the legislation? And if, as drafted, if it were implemented, would there be any concern from the Department of Commerce? That's one of our big challenges right now is our budget, deficit, revenues, economic activity, and investment. And I don't, regionally, to be competitive, I think it would be at least a concern for the Department of Commerce to comment on whether they thought, hey, that's great for business and the state of Maryland, or if there's a concern. Because this is a pretty significant proposal. Was there any feedback from the Department of Commerce?
Senator, since it is the Attorney General's bill, I can't speak to what engagement they did. I know they did engagement with a number of stakeholders. I will say as part of the Joint Enforcement Task Force work, we actually did direct engagement with businesses and particularly small businesses to say, what are you facing out there in the world? And some of the recommendations that are in the annual report, and which some you see reflected in this legislation in part, did speak to the concern, especially with some smaller contractors saying, we can't compete because others are not following the law, and it's very difficult for us to get a foothold in because we cost more if we're going to make sure that we are paying minimum wage and doing all those things. So we did, as a task force, have that direct engagement. I'd have to defer to the Attorney General on the bill, though.
And I guess for the fiscal report, your department would have provided information on the fiscal report.
We provide information, yes. I know there are other inputs into it as well.
Fiscal reports are very interesting, and so I was sort of taken back a little bit on how you could even contrive a fiscal report with the scope of what's been described to me of how this would expand to all businesses in all shapes and forms. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Isn't that so? Yeah.
Isn't that so? I don't see any further questions. Thank you both very much for your testimony. We have one more witness on our first bill of the day. Just a reminder, Senators. Margaret Durkin. Thank you. Nice to see you, Margaret.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director for TechNet, a tech trade association. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on Senate Bill 938. TechNet is supportive of efforts to combat any kind of employee fraud. However, we have significant concerns about Senate Bill 938 as drafted, as we believe that it creates a presumption for traditional employment without regard to independent contractor work. There's a few terms within the bill that conflate the traditional worker with an independent contractor in our view, such as the definition of worker. And we believe that the exemptions in the employer-employee relationship are overly broad in the bill. The government requests for data in the bill have to take into account the need to balance consumer protection, business innovation, trade secrets, and privacy. And we believe that this approach is not the best one for the situation. Complaints to the Commission and the Attorney General with regard to that, we are concerned that these requirements to provide records on books, registers, et cetera, as well as any other record relating to compliance will potentially reveal companies' trade secrets or intellectual property. I have further comments in my written remarks and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 938, and I see, pardon me? I see that Senate Bill 872, our Senator Jennings is here, and he's brought with him County Executive Robert Castley and Jason Spiegel. And this is local government hiring and promotion preferences for veterans and spouses of service members and veterans. Family Serve Act. Thank you. County Executive Castley, it's nice to see you again.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. It's great to be here. Good to see you and all my former colleagues. It's an honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As always, great to be back in finance. Senator Jennings here on Senate Bill 872. As a quick review, during the 2024 legislative session, we passed the Family Serve Act of 2024, which provided hiring and promotion preferences for spouses of eligible service members in both the private and public sectors. Senate Bill 872 expands that and now allows for this in local and municipal governments to grant the same hiring and promotional preferences to qualified applicants. This includes veterans, spouses of service members, spouses of eligible veterans with service-connected disabilities, and surviving spouses of deceased eligible veterans. Additionally, Senate Bill 872 allows localities and municipalities to use selection tests for hiring of promotion to grant use a selection test to grant a 10-point credit on those tests for the same qualified individuals. If passed, this bill may incentivize military spouses who may be relocating due to orders for their spouse or getting transferred to seek employment with participating employers, as they also face these challenges of frequent job transfers. With a national unemployment rate of close to 20% for military spouses, any incentive to help them to find stable employment will help reduce that 20% unemployment rate. There is an amendment that helps clarify the bill does not require localities to adopt this preference, but allows them to do so if they choose, and that was supported by both MML and MACO. Senate Bill 872 has been cross-filed in the House and is supported by the Maryland General Assembly's House Veteran Caucus and the Maryland Military Coalition. So with that, I ask for favorable consideration on this legislation.
Thank you, Senator. County Executive.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So as a veteran and a spouse of who also was married and whose spouse had to move around with me a number of times, I very supportive of the legislation. For Harford County specifically, we've got about 2,000 uniformed personnel stationed at Aberdeen Proving Ground and about 10,000 DOD civilians. And these folks get moved around. A lot of those civilians are veterans. As we seek to recruit the best and brightest to support our military forces and their mission, it's really important that these folks who are recruiting in feel that their spouses are going to be cared for. That's a huge plus to be able to say, come work here, and our counties will help you to take care of your spouse, provide them with continuity of their profession, and by giving them a additional plus up for county hiring purposes. I know personally know the stresses it puts upon a spouse, especially a younger spouse, relocating with a military counterpart and running into an entirely new community and having to try to establish yourself in an entirely new field. And so I think the bill sends a great signal throughout the country as folks move into our military posts and as we seek the best and brightest, particularly on the folks who are veterans, who are civilian workers at these posts, to say, hey, this is a great place for you to come work. You want to work here because we will take care of your spouse. That matters a lot. That matters a whole lot to the family. These folks are very family-oriented, and for that veteran to know that their spouse is going to get a leg up when they move in the community means a whole lot. So with that, Madam Chair, I ask for a favorable report on the bill, and again, it's a pleasure to be here. Great to see you again. I love your flower. And
Thank you. It's Towson. Towson University.
Great.
And Jason Spiegel's not here? Oh, he is here.
Thank you, Chair Beidel and members of the committee. I'm Jason Spiegel, President of the Maryland Military Coalition, and we urge a favorable report on this bill. We strongly support this bill as it represents another positive step Maryland can take to address the issue of spousal employment of uniformed services personnel. As the administration and our coalition have consistently pointed out, spousal employment is one of the biggest challenges facing uniformed services families. This bill is a follow-up to the Family Serve Act that was passed last year as part of the Year of the Military Family. This bill will help facilitate employment for military families when they relocate to Maryland. And as we noted in our written testimony, over 85% of local government positions are in one of the 10 Maryland jurisdictions in or near defense installations. This is common sense legislation that helps reduce spousal unemployment and enables spouses to compete for local government positions. It's a positive step in supporting readiness and retention of uniformed services families. We strongly support the bill and ask for a favorable report from this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spiegel. Do I have any questions? Oh, Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the testimony, and Senator, for the bill. We talked a little bit earlier today about the bill that we just voted out, the other bill that you have that we just voted out of committee yesterday. And I did have a question when we were voting on the bill. I mean, I'm supportive of this in general, in principle, but, and maybe Mr. County Executive could answer this. Why do you need enabling legislation to do this? Can you not do this already?
Well, I'm going to defer to the sponsor here, but I mean, from my standpoint, anytime that we try to grant special, hiring preferences, we're at risk of legal risk of are we granting a preference that's what about everybody else? Are we putting a particular group ahead of another group? That's always a concern we have. So when the state comes out as a state policy and says, no, we accept this. This is a group that we want to give an extra preference to. That gives us that comfort on the legal side to say, the General Assembly said it's okay. We can give a job preference to this group of people.
Okay.
The default is it's just totally about just the merit.
So you feel more comfortable from the perspective of any claims of discrimination in hiring if the General Assembly was the one authorizing?
It's a state policy.
Okay.
I'm pursuing a state policy.
Okay. And then, all right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's good. I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks again.
That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 872. And now I think we have Senator Charles here for Senate Bill 893.
All right. Madam Chair, all of the committee. I had a sponsor panel that was supposed to be here with me, but folks got sick, and then some folks had to attend to some family issues, so it'll just be me, and we have a bunch of amendments, and I'll address it in my testimony as well. Yeah, for the record, I'm Senator Nick Charles, and I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 893, which strengthens insurance regulations in Maryland by improving enforcement measures protecting condominium owners, ensuring fair claims handling practices. This legislation came about through a conversation with one of my constituents, Ms. Betty Williams, who was supposed to be here today, but she has to deal with a family emergency. Ms. Williams identified that the community she lives in, Cinnamon Ridge community, has a blanket insurance policy the blanket insurance policy increased from $80,000 to $300,000 after a single claim was filed with the insurance company after a fire. This dramatic claim adjustment left all the residents in her community with a substantial increase in their individual condo fees. I think we can all agree that this practice poses an unfair burden on our condominium owners, and we should do what we can to mitigate or cap those considerable bill hikes. I put in this bill to attempt to address transparency in this process and protect our residents, especially as they face considerable increase and a multitude of additional bills they pay. We have had a very important conversation with the Maryland Insurance Administration, as well as the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies and the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. These conversations have spurred many amendments that will dramatically alter this bill, including some type of percentage cap on the total premium increase that will be allowable, similar to health insurance coverage in Maryland. Right now, policies can increase in excess of 500% based on a carrier's cost and a loss history of a property. The ability for the administration to have more personnel for review of policies when challenged. We are currently challenging a policy that was proposed in October 2024. That review is still ongoing and a final decision has not been made by the commission. And we believe that there is a lack of availability of staff to complete the amount of challenge reviews that they receive. Third, the ability to have the commission receive profit and loss statements from the carriers. It is my contention that in the long run, if it is possible, showing the profit and loss for those carriers will create more competition and the need for the carriers to have a more reasonable renewal quote given their profits will be public record. Number four, some type of relief for those associations who cannot afford their coverage. The concern is that several condominium and HOAs are not going to be able to afford coverage with the rate increases that they're given. Our associations that have had large increases have had a rise in their condominium assessments up to 40%, which in turn creates condominium fees in excess of $700 to $800. And this is on top of your mortgage. So $700 to $800. Eventually, homeowners are not going to be able to pay due to financial constraints, and the associations are not going to be able to continue to function without their assessments income. This bill in its current form will not adequately address the concerns, but by passing Senate Bill 893 with amendments that are forthcoming, Maryland can assure that condominium owners and policyholders receive the fair treatment and financial protection that they deserve. So I urge a favorable report. And Madam Chair, like I said earlier in my testimony, with the rise of these condominium fees, with the rise of our electric bills, these things have a huge constraint on our community, and I want to make sure that we protect them from these high increases at such a rapid rate.
Thank you. Do I have any questions, Senator Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Charles, for the bill. Can you just explain the fiscal note that's on the bill a little bit, just to give you an opportunity to be able to discuss it a little bit?
I'll tell you the fiscal note, but what I will say is that the current form that this bill is in is not the proper form. When we originally brought forward this bill, it was done to mimic what Florida has done and passed over the last year. And once talking with MIA and talking with all of the appropriate folks, what we found out is that this bill in its current format is not. So assessing the current the current cost associated with this bill, I don't think is appropriate because it's going to be so many changes.
Yeah.
And if this bill doesn't pass this year, this is something I know we really need to dive deep into next year because there's so many different nuances that we uncovered in the process of addressing this bill.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Senator. I see no other questions. Thank you, Senator. We do have an unfavorable here with Marta Harding, and then we have an unfavorable virtually. So Marta, are you here? Here we go.
Thank
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marta Harding on behalf of State Farm. Respectfully, in opposition to the bill, we understand from the sponsor's testimony that, as introduced, he's not pushing that bill forward. So I'm not going to get into the details of our concern about the original bill. We'd be happy to continue to work with the sponsor and the committee on the issues that the sponsor raised.
Marta, is that for this year you're going to work on it, or is that going to be in the interim, you think?
Whenever it's appropriate. I mean, I understand. I mean, I understand where we are in session. I think look, condo insurance is absolutely increasing across the board. I think that is not news to anybody, and certainly we're aware of the pressures that puts on these associations. What the solution to that is, I'm not sure. But again, we're happy to continue to talk to the sponsor and the committee and see.
You probably know that I cross-filed a bill that was in JPR to allow an increase on the deductible of the master policy to $25,000, and then each individual unit owner could purchase the insurance to cover the deductible. But I don't know if that bill's moving, but exactly for this reason, because of the cost of insurance of the master policy.
We are very sensitive to that concern.
All right, thank you, Marta.
Thank you
for your testimony. And finally, I have Nancy Egan virtually. Nancy?
Can you hear me? Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for permitting me time to testify. I understand the concerns of Senator Charles, and I understand that his constituent in his area saw a large increase in his premium for his Master Pack policy. I served on the board of my condo association for several years and just stopped in the fall. So we did see our premium increases go up a lot. What we're seeing across the country is that property insurance costs have almost doubled, and the average commercial condo insurance costs have risen over an average of 103% since 2022. It's not just the underlying cost, but what is happening with these Master Pack policies is they're facing reinsurance costs that are pushing them pricing up even higher. Of course, we've seen the result of natural disasters, but we've also seen the collapse of that building in Florida, which caused the beginning of snowballing of these rates. We're happy to work with the sponsor once we see the amendments and review it, and we do understand the impact on the marketplace. And yes, we are happy that House Bill 449 has crossed over. That would have a nice impact on Master Pack policies, which is a shifting of the deductible from $10,000 to $25,000. I think that would help the Master Pack policy cost. And with that, Senator Charles, I look forward to seeing your amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Are there any questions for Nancy? Seeing none, this ends the hearing on Senate Bill 893. Next, we're going to go to Senate Bill 984. Senator Washington, we have the on your panel, the Insurance Administrator, Maria Grant. You may proceed when ready.
It's always good to have the insurance administrator on your side. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Alonzo Washington here to present on Senate Bill 984. This bill aims to prohibit insurance companies from altering consumer insurance rates or establishing certain premiums based on driving data collected through telematic systems or car tracking devices. The bill seeks to establish clear regulations on the use of such data to prevent discriminatory practices and protect consumer privacy. Telematic systems, including GPS tracking and vehicle diagnostics, have gained traction in the insurance industry. These systems collect extensive data on drivers' behavior, ranging from mileage and speed to braking patterns. While proponents argue that these technologies encourage safe driving, the reality is far more complex. This bill aims to address the critical concerns associated with telemetrics-based insurance pricing by ensuring consumer protections, preventing rate hikes based on collected data, and upholding privacy rights. As many of you know, in the interim, we held a briefing on auto insurance with the Maryland Insurance Administration. And part of it, what we found is that during the testimony, is that a lot of these insurance companies are tracking data from the devices that are used within the car. I know for certain that Tesla actually uses, when they have their auto insurance, their car is tracking, or the car is tracking the usage of the car itself and how fast they go, how long they're using the car, and they use that data and information to determine the rate of that car insurance holder. It could increase based on your driving record, or it could decrease. This bill here, as we presenting an amendment, would only allow it to decrease and not increase based on your driving record. These auto insurance companies incentivize consumers to have these devices in their car while driving, so they can monitor how they're driving. That's being used in a way that is not transparent. A lot of the Insurance Administration will speak to this issue of transparency and accountability. What we would like to see is more auditing for these types of uses as well. And so a major concern surrounding the telematics devices is data privacy. Insurance companies can track consumers' locations and driving patterns even while they are not driving. The Consumer Federation of America found that 68% of Americans refuse to install this device due to privacy concerns. I am one of them. Without regulation, rate increases resulting from telematics programs could disproportionately impact low-income individuals and rural residents who may have longer commute due to limited public transportation. States such as New Jersey, Maine, Utah have passed regulations on telematics. SB 94 aligns with broader efforts in other states to promote fair and equitable insurance policies. Despite these advancements, no state has explicitly banned insurance companies from using this tool or to alter rates, making Maryland a leader in insurance consumer protection if this bill is enacted. Insurance companies need to be more transparent and give consumers control over their data and regular disclosures about how telematics influence their insurance rates. Senate Bill 984 addresses these concerns by mandating transparency in these devices models and ensuring consumers are not subject to hidden biases and hidden fees. This bill is a necessary step to ensure fairness in insurance pricing and to protect consumer rights in an era of increasing data collection. By preventing insurance companies from adjusting rates based on telematics data, this bill promotes transparency, prevents potential discrimination, and upholds consumer privacy. Therefore, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 984. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, committee members. Marie Grant on behalf of the Maryland Insurance Administration here in support of Senate Bill 984 with amendments. I want to talk about a few of the key protections that we think are really important in this bill, and just want to echo Senator Washington. So first, there's disclosure requirements on the use of data in relation to telematics programs. Second, there's a requirement for MIA to adopt regulations to limit the types and amount of data that can be collected, and that is something we stand ready to work with you all in the industry on. There's a requirement for a periodic audit of the systems to make sure that they're working correctly and accurately. And then there's also a really good consumer protection. There's a requirement of a process by which the policyholder can correct or appeal telematics data that the policyholder believes is erroneous. We actually see a lot of complaints on this issue in particular, and folks who are enrolled in telematics programs often have pretty limited abilities to appeal or challenge data with their carrier. Often it is limited to whether the person was driving, not whether what the car, the device was measuring was accurate. There's, I think you'll hear from some other folks. I just want to say one of the things we're working with Sarah Washington on is there are some provisions that prohibit the use totally, but that conflict with some current law that actually authorizes the use of telematics programs subject to certain requirements. That's something we're happy to work with the sponsor on to address amendments to make sure that he accomplishes his intent. And with that, oh, look at that timing. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. It's interesting. I was not familiar with this technology until just before this hearing, so you learn a lot of stuff sitting here in finance. Are there any questions from this panel? Seeing none. Next, you have one more person signed up, favorable with amendments. That's Franz. Is Franz here? Franz going once, going twice. Thank you, Franz. Then we have Marta Harding, who signed up unfavorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marta Harding again on behalf of State Farm. Respectfully in opposition to the bill, as we read it and as I think it's drafted, it would prohibit the use of telematics. I don't think that's the sponsor's intent from what I understand, and we appreciate that. And it also, I think, would ban it going either direction, and that's a significant concern to us because State Farm's current program, we do use it with consent and with full disclosure to our policyholder to benefit them. And we were very concerned that the bill as introduced would even prohibit even that. We do think that this information is highly predictive. It is information about somebody's driving record. There's very little that is as predictive of future loss as somebody's driving habits. And so it is important information that we think insurance companies should be able to take into account, again, with full disclosure and subject, of course, to Maryland law. Maryland law currently regulates in this space. The commissioner, the MIA regulates. They have the ability to make sure that any rate action that's taken is actuarially justified. If it's not, it's already illegal. So we think the current Maryland law on rating is sufficient to address the concerns. If there are disclosures that need to be added or we need to look at things like that, we're certainly happy to work with you, Senator Washington, on that. But we think the current Maryland law really goes a long way to addressing the concerns, and we are uncomfortable with the bill as introduced, but we're happy to work with you.
Thank you for your testimony, Senator Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just thank you, Marta, for being here, and thank you for your testimony as well. You mentioned earlier that the intent is not to ban it completely, but to make sure that there's an amendment that we're proposing to make sure it bans the increase, and that's going to be part of the amendment. Just wanted to let you know that, and so I appreciate your testimony on that. Can you tell me in what circumstances where the insurance companies using telematics technology and these devices where you would increase a rate or decrease the rate on a car on an insurer?
So, Senator, I can only speak to State Farm's use of
Speak
it,
to State Farm.
right?
Yep.
So right now, their Drive Safe and Save program is a voluntary program that a policyholder can opt into with, again, full disclosures about what we collect, how we use it, et cetera. And that can only benefit their rate, and whether that's by a discount or a rate, like an actual rate decrease, I would have to check on the specifics, but it is to the insurance and to the policyholder's benefit only. As State Farm's program is currently, that other companies do it differently, and we continue to think that it's appropriate to use it going either direction, but certainly to benefit the insured.
Yeah, it benefits the insurer to initially use it, right? Because there's a discount that you guys ask for, that you guys provide, that the company, that State Farm particularly provides.
Yeah.
Then once they use it, you determine whether or not based on their driving habits within the car, within that time period, within that car, you determine where their rates go, whether it increases or decreases. My question is specific about so the public knows, what does State Farm identify as an issue where you would decrease on a person's driving habit or increase versus on a person's driving habit?
Senator, I don't know the specifics of their program to that degree. I can see what I can find out, and I'm happy to get back to you.
Okay, I mean, I think that's kind of what we're asking for, especially because I know that there was a recent audit done on the use of telematics, and having that information is really important. And this bill speaks to how we can have that audit data on a consistent basis, so that the Insurance Administration understands that and can provide policy recommendations to the General Assembly on more transparency. So thank you for answering these questions.
Of course. I'll get back to you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions for Marta? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Last person signed up to testify is Nancy Egan, who's going to join us virtually.
Thank you, Senator Hayes and members of Senate Finance and Senator Washington, who I spoke to earlier today. I echo Marta's recent testimony. We weren't aware of the amendment. We were concerned that this would ban the use of telematics altogether. I need to explain that I'm the trade association, and we write about 64% of the personal auto here in Maryland. So the practice of each individual carrier, I wouldn't be able to opine on today. However, some companies will surcharge their policies at renewal because of the driving habits of their insureds. I can ask for more specific details, Senator Washington, if you would like, but in the current posture, obviously, we are opposed. Our companies do provide an opt-in, and they do provide a disclosure, and they do have in these apps the ability to say that you're sitting in the passenger seat and you're not driving the vehicle. But if you would like more details, Senator Washington, I'd like to work with you and see some more additional questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Are there any questions? Seeing none, this ends the hearing on Senate Bill 984. Madam Chair.
Next, we're going to hear from Senator Benson, who's here, on Senate Bill 688. This is a bill that's joint with B&T, and so she's doing double duty. She's representing B&T and herself. So Senator Benson, if you'll come to the table. Senator Benson, will you come to the table? Do you want Donna Edwards and Ray Baker with you?
Yes.
So Donna Edwards and Ray Baker, will you please come to the table with Senator Benson? Thank you. Senator, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you very much.
Senator, you can begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Bidle, Vice Chair Hayes, and esteemed members of the Finance Committee. I am here today to express my unwavering support of Senate Bill 688, the Maryland Workforce Apprenticeship Utilization Act. This bill is a crucial step towards enhancing the quality and availability of apprenticeship opportunities in our state, particularly within public works contracts. Apprenticeships are a proven pathway to skilled employment, providing hands-on training and education that prepare individuals for successful careers. By requiring contractors and subcontractors to employ a certain number of qualified apprentices of journey workers, Senate Bill 688 ensures that more Maryland residents will have access to these valuable opportunities. This not only benefits the individuals involved, but also strengthens our workforce and economy. Studies show that 91% of apprentices who complete their program gain employment with an average starting wage of approximately $60,000 a year. I'd like to repeat that if I may. This not only benefits the individuals involved, but also strengthens our workforce and economy. Studies show that 91% of apprentices who complete their program gain employment with an average starting wage of approximately $60,000 per year. The bill's provisions to extend apprenticeship requirements to the University System of Maryland and Baltimore City Community College are particularly commendable. These institutions play a vital role in our state's education and workforce development efforts, and their inclusion in the apprenticeship requirements will help ensure that students receive the practical experience they need to succeed in their chosen fields. Considering that most graduates of apprenticeship programs earn an average of $300,000 more in their careers than their peers who do not participate in such programs. Further, the repeal of provisions allowing payments to apprenticeship programs instead of employing apprentices is a positive step. This change will ensure that apprentices receive the on-the-job training they need rather than simply benefiting from financial contributions to programs. It emphasizes the importance of real work experience in the development of skilled workers. Employers who utilize apprentices report a 36% return on investment due to increased productivity and reduced recruitment costs. Additionally, the immediate benefits for apprentices have the potential to create long-term positive outcomes to our state. By investing in the future of our workforce, we are not only helping individuals achieve their full potential, but ensuring that Maryland remains competitive in an increasingly global economy. The investment in our workforce will lead to a more prosperous and equitable society for all. According to the United States Department of Labor, apprenticeship programs contribute significantly to higher area rates of employment and wage growth. Therefore, I respectfully urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 688. I want to thank you so much this afternoon for your attention, your time, and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And we have Don Edwards, favorable.
Okay. Donna Edwards, President of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO, in strong support of Senate Bill 688. Obviously, we all know that our construction industry is very concerned about the lack of the skilled workforce. And as you go and look at many projects, you'll see a shortage of diversity and young workers on the job. So how do we attract, how do we recruit, and how do we maintain a diverse and younger workforce, because the baby boomers are retiring. So it is now is the time that we need to look at the policies and figure out how to attract new workers and retain these workers. Strategic decisions to utilize apprenticeships in both the amount and the contract management of these investments is going to be very important to maintaining and growing our workforce among our construction industry in order to produce skilled, qualified workers that will make it the career for their lifetime. So with that, I urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 688.
Thank you, Donna. Do I have any questions for Senator Benson or Don Edwards? I don't see any questions. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
We do
Thank
have
you
one.
very, very much.
Thank you. We have one unfavorable, Michael Adams.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidle, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the committee. Michael Adams, once again, on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors. I would like to thank the sponsor of this bill for the effort to improve apprenticeship opportunities in Maryland. Associated Builders and Contractors runs 3 highly successful apprenticeship centers in the state, and we applaud any effort to increase Maryland apprenticeships. Unfortunately, we believe that as drafted, this bill has very significant consequences that effectively destroys the Apprenticeship Training Fund, a program with proven success over the last 15 years, and instead opens the door to allow Maryland procurement dollars to flow out of state to apprenticeship programs located nearby. Currently, a contractor on a public works project in Maryland may participate in an approved apprenticeship scheme or pay 25 cents per labor hour to an approved Maryland apprenticeship program. These Maryland programs employ Marylanders and are certified and audited by our Department of Labor. This bill keeps the Apprenticeship Training Fund, but deletes its funding by striking the 25-cent per labor hour provisions currently in place. I'm specifically referencing page 9, line 14 through 17. Instead, the bill replaces this approach with a blanket requirement that a contractor employs 20% apprentices on a public works project, regardless of whether that number is safe, cost-effective, or feasible. If a contractor can't meet that requirement, they must request apprentices from a training program, quote, in the geographic area, which as written on page 9, line 30 to 33, would include out-of-state programs. In fact, existing law requiring the use of Maryland apprenticeship programs is specifically stripped away on page 9, lines 21 through 28 of this bill. If a contractor violates the laws proposed in this bill, they are then subject to a $100 per labor hour fine and potentially subject to treble damages under the Maryland False Claims Act. What does that mean? Either contractors get hit with penalties because the standards can't be met, or there is compliance and Maryland programs completely cease to be funded. The current system works, and that is what ABC is fighting to protect. I would urge an unfavorable.
Thank you, Michael. Do I have any questions? No questions for this witness. Thank you very much.
Indeed. All right. Here we go. Gotta go back to the page. Next, we're going to hear Senate Bill 697, which we'll hear from Chair Beidle. Joining her will be Maria Grant, Al Redmer Jr., and Devon Brown. Please join us at the table, and you may proceed when you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for hearing Senate Bill 697. This bill was dropped very late, like the last day before we could have a bill drafted. But the reason for the bill was because of a letter from the insurance commissioner telling us that she did not support the current method that Maryland Auto Insurance Fund uses as subsidy. So the way the subsidy works now, if you're in a zip code that is considered to be at a certain level of income, that entire zip code gets a subsidy on their auto insurance if they have to have Maryland Auto Insurance Fund. So look at a zip code like Annapolis, where we have a number of public housing, and then we have $2 million houses. And in the case of the way Maryland Auto Insurance Fund has used their subsidy, everyone in that zip code would take advantage of a subsidy. So it's not a fair practice, and we know that Maryland Auto Insurance Fund is having some issues with the reserves and having to now apply an assessment from insurance companies that insure other drivers. So because of that, I put the bill in to suggest that we find a different way to find income levels, for instance, like the Health Benefit Exchange does. That may or may not work, but that was a suggestion. And I think we have Maryland Auto Insurance Fund here to discuss amendments that they like, and we have the Insurance Commissioner discuss amendments that she would like, but we do need to find a way to apply the subsidy to help people that are of low income that need a car to get to work or whatever, and then we also need to find a way to keep Maryland Auto Insurance Fund healthy in their reserves. So that's Senate Bill 697, and thank you very much for hearing the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marie Grant on behalf of the Maryland Insurance Administration, here in support of the bill with amendments. At the beginning of this year, the Maryland Insurance Administration issued an order to Maryland Auto that said we do, in association with approval of their rate filing, that we were concerned that their use of the affordability index is not allowed under state law. Now, I want to be clear, this is not a statement on the policy behind it, right? It is really about, and I think you will find in a number of other circumstances, our team and myself personally read the law pretty strictly and want to make sure that we are following what you all have enacted through the democratic process. So we said that the affordability index needs to be phased out over the course of 2 years, and that we would work with Maryland Auto on a plan to do so. So I think that we have some amendments, again, as the chair mentioned, that we would offer that say we would like Maryland Auto to submit a plan to us on how they would do affordability. This is specifically blessed in legislative language, and then we could review and approve that. I understand Maryland Auto is working on some different amendments. That all being said, certainly we want to work together with Maryland Auto, with the chair, and with you all to find the best solution here for Marylanders.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Devon Brown, Government Relations Manager for Maryland Auto. I am joined by our team, our Executive Director, who you all know, Al Radmer, as well as we have other members from our team, our Chief Operating Officer, David Pfeiffer, as well as our Associate General Counsel, Joe Danahy. We want to thank the chairwoman and the sponsor of this bill for dealing with this important issue. As you know, Maryland Automobile Insurance Fund was created 50 years ago to provide automobile insurance to Maryland residents that have been turned down by 2 insurance companies or canceled or non-renewed by 1. 40 years ago, following an order from the MIA to bring rates to adequate and a subsequent recognition that many Marylanders go uninsured because they simply can't afford it, the legislator added the language which is in the current law that in reviewing rates filed by the fund, the commissioner shall also consider the statutory purpose of the fund. The preamble to the bill passed in 1985 made it clear that this language was added to ensure that Maryland auto rates remain affordable to the segment of the population which is dependent on the fund for automobile insurance. For a number of years, we have been using a geographical based mechanism to determine affordability. The Insurance Administration has weighed in that they don't approve of that mechanism, and we have agreed to modify it by the end of 2026. And I do want to, we want to provide some context to that. We do have other members of our team that is supposed to weigh in, but I will turn it over to Al.
Thanks, Devon. Al Redmer, Executive Director of Maryland Auto. At first, to the chair, thanks for putting in the legislation to begin with to address these issues. I'm going to talk briefly about 2 separate issues. Issue number 1 is affordability in general, and secondly, the process that we use to address affordability. First, the process itself. As the commissioner mentioned, they have concerns about the process we use. We have agreed to find a new process to deal with affordability, and that process has begun. We've begun doing the homework to identify a process. The issue naturally is we have to figure out how we're going to deal with affordability, but secondly, and equally as important, is what's the verification of the financial information going to be. So we don't have access to the IRS data. We've met with Brooke Learman. We don't have access to the state information, but we're doing that homework to come up with a mechanism that we believe addresses affordability and does so where the Insurance Administration is comfortable and the legislature is comfortable. We have offered an amendment to create a 3-year pilot project to allow us to do that, rather than trying to hastily put together a process and be, I don't want to say stuck with it, but I'll say it, be stuck with it. We may have to tweak it. So I'd prefer to have a 3-year pilot project working in collaboration with the Insurance Administration to find a mechanism that we all agree with, and look forward to chatting about that later. Secondly is the issue of affordability itself. As Devon mentioned, the mandate to consider affordability has been in the statute for 40 years, with the objective being to moderate the number of folks that are driving around uninsured. And I can tell you that the talented team at the Insurance Administration is doing exactly what they were asked to do. And I hate to speak for the Insurance Administration, but my understanding of their concern about affordability is that while the statute may address affordability, it doesn't say we have affordability instead of having adequate rates, so that we would have to have adequate rates in addition to looking at affordability, and we don't believe that math works. If you look at places specifically in Baltimore City, Prince George's County, the rates are so high, we cannot have adequate rates and keep uninsured folks off the road. So to do that would require increasing rates in some areas by 20 to 40%. And we believe that if we do that, we'll see a significant increase in the number of uninsured drivers, which would significantly increase the amount that we all pay for uninsured motorist coverage on our own policies. So to eliminate any confusion about affordability, we're going to offer an amendment that basically states we're going to look at affordability when creating our rates, even if it leads to inadequate rates on any specific policies. So the amendment, if it's not in front of you, will be soon. If we need to correct the drafting to say what I just said, we're happy to do that. We believe that the amendment merely codifies the mandate that was provided 40 years ago by the General Assembly and will allow us to continue serving the folks that need us most. And it's especially important today with periods of high inflation, all of the uncertainty in the economy. We believe it's the right thing to do for folks that need us most. And we request the adoption of the amendment and look forward to working with the MIA and the committee to accomplish that. And Mr. Chair, with that, happy to answer any questions.
Indeed, was giving you a little bit of leeway and explaining
Yeah, well,
that there.
and I appreciate that.
Because you went way over time.
Yeah.
No, but definitely.
That's the first time I've ever done that.
All good, definitely. Appreciate the merits of the bill and, and the opportunities that you seek to, create more equity in it. Look forward to hearing what more you have and working out the details. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Commissioner Redmond, I had my light on earlier in case the chair wasn't so kind to let you continue going. And
I appreciate that.
I was going to ask you to finish up, but you did come up with something where you mentioned that in your amendment, you wanted to essentially embed the affordability, make sure that that is done. But then you said something, even if it leads to inadequate rates.
Right. So yes.
An inadequate rate, just to explain that, that's when MAIF essentially doesn't break even on that, or explain
Correct.
that, and then what will happen as a result?
Adequate rates mean we have to collect enough premium to pay our claims and our operating expense. We need to break even on all of those policies.
Right.
And to address affordability, we don't think we can do that. Again, affordability as it currently exists, and again, we're going to change the mechanism, but as it currently exists, we lose between 20 and 40% on those policies. So we don't believe that the math allows us to adequately address affordability and still break even on those individual policies. And so we currently do it by zip code. That's going to go away. And let me qualify. The issue of affordability is only on minimum limits for liability coverage only. So if you have excess coverage or if you have comp and collision, there is no benefit due to affordability. It's important to note, over 60% of the folks are with us because they have financial challenges and they get canceled by a carrier, maybe because they didn't pay their premium, and they have to come to us. We did a briefing a few weeks ago here. We showed you the rates that we charge in Baltimore City and around the state. We're not giving anything for free. A year and a half ago, we did an internal study using the rate guide on the Insurance Administration website, and in almost every instance, we're more expensive than other carriers, including using the affordability index. So these are folks that are strapped. They need to get the kids to school, they need to go to work, whatever it happens to be. If we raise rates 20 to 40%, the number of uninsured drivers, in my opinion, will grow exponentially. And as I said before, if we are hit by an uninsured driver, our insurance company pays for that. And if you look at the amount that you pay for uninsured motorist coverage, in Maryland, it averages about $60 per year. If you go to DC, where they don't look at affordability, the rate of uninsured drivers is about double. They pay double what we do. So I believe that if we eliminate affordability in its entirety, we'll see a lot more uninsured drivers in Maryland.
But let me add to that, because you said if, let's just say we do agree that we want to see affordability, right? And then you said, but it could lead to inadequate rates. And if we remain with adequate rates, that's when you're saying in premiums could go up 20, 40%, and then
Correct.
we would potentially lose people and have more people uninsured.
Correct.
If we go to inadequate rates, then obviously, I guess you're not bringing in enough premiums.
Correct.
Right? So then what happens?
So we would see another assessment. So the assessment that our board is going to certify on Wednesday, we thought it was going to be a little over 20 million. It's going to be a little less than 20 million. We're projecting for next year, it'll be $14 to $15 million. Clearly our rates were inadequate, not just in areas of affordability, but because of the pandemic, our rates were inadequate, period. We've had multiple rate increases over the last couple of years. Our objective is that we be adequate across the state, except for those circumstances where we do look at affordability. We're preparing a rate increase as we speak, and according to our external actuarial consultants, the rate indication, is it 4% or something like that? Yeah, it was 4 to 5. Yeah, it was moderate single digits, and that would be completely adequate even with the affordability index.
But that assessment then is placed on the commercial carriers, right?
Well, yeah. So the assessment is paid by all the carriers doing business in Maryland based on their market share. So they're going to get a bill in a couple of months for their part of a little less than $20 million assessment based on their market share. They're going to write the check, and then they've got 3 choices on how they want to deal with that. So choice number 1 is they can absorb that expense. They won't, but they could. Option number 2 is they take that expense and they include it with all of their other expenses and all of their other assessments as they build their next rate filing, which is, again, they do that with all their other expenses. Or thirdly, if they choose, they could include a line item with their bill to all of us and have a line item recoupment where they get the money back again from the consumer. The assessment will equal approximately $3 for every $1,000 of premium. So somebody paying $3,000 a year would see an increase of $9. And I believe that that $9 is a great deal compared to the alternative of significantly increasing the cost of uninsured motorist coverage if my fear is accurate.
All right, thank you. And I know Mr. Popham is coming up as well, too, and we'll kind of, because I think we're trying to find that balance, right?
Sure.
Between, does it make sense to enact an assessment to everybody to pay up to make sure that more, I guess, individuals can afford their premium?
Exactly. And as I said, there's two questions. Question number one, most important, are we going to have affordability in the rate making? It's either going to be codified or it won't. The second question is, well, how do we do the affordability and what process do we use? And that's why we're recommending a 3-year pilot project, again, to develop a process in collaboration with the Insurance Administration.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Are there any additional questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you also very much. We have two more signed up favorable with amendments. That's Joe Danahy as well as David Pfeiffer. Joe Danahy.
Mr. Vice Chair, because Al took.
We appreciate that. You're going to yield your time. And that goes for David as well. Both of you guys, excellent. I love it. All right, so finally we'll hear from Bryson Popham, who signed up unfavorably.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Bryson Popham, appearing on behalf of the Maryland Association of Mutual Insurance Companies. And while I am understandably, I hope for you, reluctant to oppose a bill introduced by the chairman, having heard the sponsor panel's explanation, I am pleased to say that I'm going to take the step of moving my position to favorable with amendments because I want to join the crew here that's going to work on this bill. Affordability is important. I agree with that. The reason I signed up in opposition to the bill was because of the use of the term income as a rating factor. Now, I've been around a long time. I know all kinds of rating factors in insurance. I've never seen this. I consulted with all the members of my client association. None of them uses it. I talked to a number of other insurance companies. They don't use it either. You heard Mr. Redmer say he doesn't know where he'd get it. He couldn't get it from the comptroller or the IRS. It's difficult. The chair referred to, I think, a very useful example, and that was your experience with the individual coverage through the health benefit exchange. And in fact, you may recall this committee and this legislature passed legislation that provided a subsidy, a young person's subsidy in that. What does that illustrate? To me, it illustrates that if you're talking about a subsidy, that is the responsibility of the legislature. It's not the responsibility of an agency like MAIF, with all due respect to them. I don't think they're capable of doing it. It's a very important public policy consideration. You should do it with the assistance, the guidance, in consultation with the Insurance Administration. Seems to me we've got the mechanism to address this. It is a very important topic, and I would look forward to working with you on it. But I am fearful that if we put the word income as a permissible rating factor for MAIF, it's a short time before that expands beyond its scope. So with that, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, I respectfully request a favorable with amendments report. And let me be on the record with that.
Excellent. Thank you. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Popham, just to add on to the comments that I had made earlier, because I want to say, I know you're concerned with income, but if we did get into a situation where MAIF had to bring its rates down in order to try to keep more people, just your thoughts on what I guess the market looks like with more people that are uninsured as opposed to more people that are insured, and how that would how do you balance that with a potential subsidy through this assessment?
Well, first of all, Senator, you've heard me say this before, but it's worth saying again. The best way to get more people insured is to have them shop for insurance. MAIF is not the only game in town. They're not the cheapest game in town. In fact, they shouldn't be. If you read the MAIF statute, it doesn't say anything about affordability in there. Now, I know I have a disagreement with their interpretation of the statutory language because they believe, and in good faith, they believe it refers to affordability. I don't know about the Insurance Administration. I don't read it that way. I've never read it that way. But in any event, the affordability issue, number one, is important, and number two, it's your subject to deal with. So does that answer your question, Senator? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it does, but I'm still concerned that the claims from Commissioner Redmore are that if they don't address affordability and, in their words, maybe have to move to inadequate rates to keep premiums from going up, does it actually potentially force more people to say, now premiums are too high, I'm just going to bail out on insurance altogether, and we have more uninsured drivers on the road? And,
I suppose that's conceivably possible. In all of the years I've been doing this, I have been in these rooms privy to the projections of uninsured motorists here in Maryland. It's always 10, 12, 14%, no matter what we do. That's the case. That is the truth of the matter. Now, the one thing I think you have done, and I'm anxiously looking forward to the results of this, is you passed a bill a couple of years ago by which the Motor Vehicle Administration now has the ability, in fact, they can demand electronic verification of coverage. So we can't have people gaming the system as easily as they have in the past, Senator, and I think that would be helpful. But again, I urge you not to look at MAIF as the only source for having people comply with our compulsory insurance laws. We've got 150 insurers out there. We need to encourage people to shop for insurance.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Are there any
Thank you,
additional
Madam
questions?
Chair.
That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 697. Madam Chair.
Yep.
Oh, you're up again? Oh, all right. Next, we will hear Senate Bill 771, Senator Guile. Senator Guile will be joined at the podium with our panel, Sean Venk and the Reverend John Heath, my good friend.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Dawn Guile here to present Senate Bill 771. This bill would restore parity to the rental and peer-to-peer market by making the insurance of a peer-to-peer vehicle driver the first sought in an at-fault situation, just like a traditional rental car or personal vehicle driver. By way of background, peer-to-peer refers to a service where one person has the use of another person's vehicle for a period of time in exchange for payment, kind of like Airbnb and rental cars. This transaction is facilitated by a peer-to-peer operator or platform. The customer and the vehicle provider are connected to the service via a website or a mobile application. Under current law, if a driver of a vehicle engaged via a peer-to-peer platform gets into a crash, it is the insurance of the peer-to-peer operator that is first sought, instead ahead of the driver who caused the fault. This is out of line with current adjacent industry practice and with national model policy. The peer-to-peer industry in Maryland has been steadily maturing. In 2017, the MIA issued a report shaped by a broad range of industry and government stakeholders to update the statute and to keep it in line with industry and consumer practices. Who should have primary and who has secondary coverage in the case of a crash was a subject covered by the report in 2017. In response to these recommendations and in line with national model policy, this bill places the vehicle driver's personal insurance policy as a primary source of motor vehicle liability insurance in the case of a fault by the driver of a peer-to-peer car rental. Note that this bill does not remove a peer-to-peer operator from liability. It simply aligns the law with almost every other case where a driver is at fault behind the wheel in making that driver's insurance the payer of first resort. If a driver is without insurance or improperly insured, a peer-to-peer master policy would then be sought. Under this legislation, the driver, the car owner, and the peer-to-peer service must all be properly insured, just like a traditional rental car or personal vehicle. If the car owner or driver is found to be improperly insured, the peer-to-peer operator would still be liable. This technical change sought in previous sessions will allow the industry to more comfortably mature in parity with market partners. Language requested by the insurance industry and the regulating agencies was added to the bill ahead of introduction. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 771. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Chair Bidle in her absence, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 771. My name is John Heath, and I'm the Senior Manager of Government Relations and External Affairs for Turo, the world's leader in peer-to-peer car sharing. I have my colleague Sean Vink here, our esteemed General Counsel, who can get into the weeds with you. Certainly want to thank Senator Giles for her leadership, and then also Senator Bidle for being open to this. Quickly, SB 771 really updates existing law. You have my written testimony, but the bill ensures, as the senator so aptly described, coverage for the entire trip. It requires a peer-to-peer car sharing program, or Turo, to provide backstop coverage. It also ensures that if the car is driven out of state, then those minimums of that state will be met. And then lastly, it also allows drivers to be held responsible for tickets or other infractions, things of that nature. And so we believe it's a comprehensive bill, a fixed bill, if you will, and we appreciate your favorable report. And then if I could take a moment of personal privilege, I always get nostalgic when I come back to this building, as this is one of the buildings that helped make me. I remember when the esteemed vice chair and I were young staffers running around here. So it's always a unique feeling, Senator Hershey, coming back home. Thank you so much for the testimony. And again, if you have any questions, my colleague is here, and I give you 12 seconds back.
You got it. Sean? Just a question?
Yes, I'm here to answer any questions.
Are
Thank
there
you.
any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all so very much.
you.
I don't think there's anybody else signed up here.
Yeah, of course.
We'll get a chance.
All right. This ends the bill hearing on Senate Bill 771, and we're going to take a brief pause, so bear with us. and he could pick up from there. Let's, Tom Cahill, Brittany Garris, Randy Martz, David Pendleton, and Thomas Skinner. All right. So I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, but I called 5 people. Who's Tom Cahill?
Hi, Ms. Garris is not here today. She cannot.
I'm sorry, who's not here?
Brittany Garris is not here today. She could not make it.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. And so you all may proceed, and then when the senator gets here, we'll have him jump in right after the person.
Tom?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. And just as a reminder, I did call you, Tom. Is that your
Hey,
question?
no, but Matt Darby was supposed to be part of this panel as well. Is he
Yes.
listed?
Negative. No. Yeah, he forgot to sign up. Sorry. It's okay. And since the senator is here, let's go ahead with Senator Ellis. I'll remind this panel that the senator, the sponsor of the bill, has unlimited amount of time, and each of the panelists will have 2 minutes to present their case. Senator Ellis, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. Today, Senator Arthur Ellis from Charles County District 28 presented Senate Bill 855. The Maryland Railway Safety Act of 2025, which is aimed to improve the railroad safety for employees and communities throughout Maryland. Senate Bill 855 adds new safety requirements to Maryland law to ensure employees and communities are safe while freight trains are operating. Current law provides some important requirements to protect employees' health, but Senate Bill 855 would expand these requirements to further protect employee safety. For example, Senate Bill 855 would require a penalty for violations of policies by the railroad companies. This requirement to have at least 2 individuals operating certain types of train running through Maryland with the recent federal regulations under the Department of Maryland Transportation, Federal Railroad Administration. Senate Bill 855 also adds a new reporting requirement to protect communities near railroads. This bill requires that when hazardous material and waste are transported on freight trains in Maryland, it must be reported to specific entities like the Maryland Department of Emergency Management and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. This requirement is critical as one 2023 CBS News investigation noted that local officials are often not aware of the exact hazardous chemicals that may be transported through their communities at any given time. The investigation further noted that in the past decade, what we call Class 3 flammable liquids were involved in 14 incidents on railways in Maryland. Senate Bill 855 will allow federal and state level tracking of these hazardous chemicals to ensure safe transportation and management response throughout the state of Maryland. I know we all see the news reports over the last 5 years of trains going off the tracks through communities, Palestine, Ohio, and other places, and entire communities have to be evacuated. One train before derailment, they showed videos of the train moving down tracks at various parts from people's Ring doorbell, showed lots of sparks coming from rear of the train, and no one was there. The one person was operating that train, no one to look, no one to really control those sometimes miles-long freight train. So it's a big issue, and we can help in Maryland to fix this problem by adding this provisions that are in this bill, Senate Bill 855, to add the critical requirements for freight trains and companies operating those trains to ensure that railroad employees and the communities near railroads are safe throughout Maryland. I want to thank you so much, committee members, for your consideration, and we respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 855.
Thank you, Senator Ellis.
Vice Chair Haynes and members of the committee, my name is Randy Martz. I'm a train conductor from Cumberland, 12 years of service. I'm here today urging a favorable report on SB 855. I'll be speaking on two provisions of the MRSA that would resolve many of the prevalent grade cross issues plaguing the state and country. Many of the nuisance and public safety problems currently reported at crossings, such as Baltimore Street in Cumberland, Maryland, Old Town, Washington Grove crossings in Gaithersburg, and the Rosedale crossing in Baltimore, will be resolved by passage of the block crossings and train length provisions of this bill. These provisions prohibit railroads from blocking at grade rail crossings for more than 5 minutes unless boarding or detraining passengers, and limits train length to no more than 8,500 feet. Trains that are 2 miles or longer blocking multiple rail crossings stifle the flow of commerce by preventing traffic flow from one side of town to the other. They prevent first responders from able to save lives and property quickly, sometimes blocking them completely. Young school children have been filmed climbing through, under, or over live trains blocking rail crossings. These trains can move at any time, seriously hurting or killing one of these babies. The last thing I'd like to speak on is the 2-person crew provision. In 2013, in Lac-Mégantic, Canada, a train loaded with hazardous materials that was not properly secured because it was staffed with only 1 person rolled away. The train crashed into the city, killed 47 people, and destroyed the entire downtown area. Following this tragedy, Canada outlawed single-person train operations, and we feel Maryland should do the same. I urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hayes and members of the committee. My name is Tom Cahill. I'm a 29-year employee of CSX, currently working as a locomotive engineer out of Baltimore. CSX's moniker is safety first. We believe this should be the policy and goal of the entire rail industry. With that policy and goal in mind, I'm here urging a favorable report on SB 855. I'd like to highlight a railroad accident that occurred in East Palestine, Ohio. On February 3rd, 2023, a 151-car Norfolk Southern freight train carrying a large quantity of hazardous materials derailed in East Palestine because of a burnt journal bearing. 38 cars derailed, many of them carrying hazardous materials. 5 contained vinyl chloride, a highly flammable toxin which caught fire and spewed toxic chemicals into the air that forced residents to be evacuated for over a 2-mile area. To date, over $1.7 billion has been spent for cleanup efforts, temporary relocation, and claims. The bill's purpose is to establish a state-mandated minimum threshold of requirements that holds railroads to the highest and most modern methods of monitoring freight trains that move throughout the communities and towns. The proposed bill would require railroads to employ closer spacing and utilize the most state-of-the-art wayside detection systems to monitor multiple aspects of freight trains and ensure that railroad employees are properly trained on how to respond to alerts from wayside detectors and evaluate their findings in the field. Railroads will also employ the most current methods of tracking, wherein their wayside detector systems would monitor a train as it traveled over multiple detectors, measuring bearing temperature readings against prior detectors to alert train crews of potential rising readings on recurring axles that could signal a hot or burnt journal. The proposed regulations are of paramount importance to ensure the safe movement of trains in our state and protect our citizens and environment from a similar tragic derailment like that which occurred in East Palestine, Ohio. I urge a favorable report on SB 855.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'm Tom Skinner. I'm the first Vice President of the Professional Firefighters of Maryland and an active fire lieutenant with the City of Baltimore for the last almost 34 years. Here today to urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 855, the Maryland Railway Safety Act. I want to take a moment to thank Senator Ellis and our other sponsors of this bill, Senators Muse, Augustine, and Lamb. You have my written testimony, which speaks primarily towards the other safety. Today, I want to touch on the provision mandating the establishment and maintenance of a reporting system for the transportation of hazardous material and waste by rail in the state. ACE First Responders did a survey in March of 23 for the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation that following the East Palestine derailment that you've heard about, 114 of the first responders completed it, and of the 114 who responded, only 15 wore masks that would have protected them from the dangerous effects of the vinyl chloride in the air. Despite both the FAST Act and the Infrastructure and Jobs Act of 2021 requiring Class 1 railroads transporting hazardous materials to generate accurate, real-time information about the train's contents for distribution to first responders in the event of emergency, the Class 1s still have not fully complied. Since 2014, Class 1 railroads have used the electronic app Ask Rail to provide information. However, it has limits. Like all apps, it requires internet connection. Most of the rural areas that trains operate through have unreliable internet service, oftentimes making the app useless. My brothers and sisters who were on the scene did not have access to the Ask Rail app. Norfolk Southern did not immediately provide consistent information. The report from Kevin Reardon, the fire marshal in Ohio, that was a quick 2 minutes. The fire marshal statement, I apologize for the delay, stated that the firefighters probably didn't know that there were extremely hazardous substances in the air around them. Typically, in all major disasters, firefighters don't know exactly what they're getting into, and what is most likely these first responders that don't know about is these chemicals. That information would have to come from either the engineer or the conductor. I'd like to urge your favorable support for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hayes and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is David Pendleton. I'm the Director for the Safety and Legislative Board for the Transportation Division of SMART. I'm here today urging a favorable report on SB 855, the Maryland Railway Safety Act of 2025. This is proactive rail safety legislation aimed at addressing several safety issues concerning rail operations in the state of Maryland. The argument heard most against this bill is return on investment concerning the Howard Street Tunnel and harming the Port of Baltimore's competitiveness. The Howard Street Tunnel cost $450 million. If the derailment in East Palestine, a town with at the time had only 2,000 residents, cost Norfolk Southern $1.7 billion, how much do you think it will cost if this should happen in the city of Baltimore? When this question was posed to 6 municipalities in the state, the cities of Baltimore and Cumberland, along with the counties of Anne Arundel, Baltimore, Prince George's, and now Montgomery, all 6 either passed a resolution or wrote a letter in support of passage and enactment for this bill. According to data from Urban Footprint, 52,000 people were affected within 10 miles of the crash. If we expanded that out to 25 miles, the number increases by more than 10x to 585,000 people. If this were to happen in Maryland anywhere, it would be in the millions. When this question, California and New York, home of the first, second, and third busiest ports in the U.S., passed into law a 2-person crew bill. Passage of 2-person crew legislation has not shown any negative impact on commerce at either port, nor will it in Baltimore, since every train going in and out is already staffed with the 2-person crew. The Port of Baltimore's competitive advantage is its close proximity to Midwest markets and access to 2 Class 1 railroads. This will not change because common sense rail safety legislation is passed. Just a little food for thought. Let's not put corporate profits above rail safety, because as history has shown, when railroads go oops, communities go boom. And I can't say it any simpler than that. Please vote favorably for this bill.
Excellent. Is that everyone? Are there any questions for this panel? Senator Hershey, of course.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Pendleton.
Didn't we have this talk in the hallway?
Not a complete song.
Yes, sir.
East Palestine's been mentioned, I think, by almost every one of you. I thought that was the cause of that was a defective wheel bearing that overheated.
Yes, sir.
So tell me how, because that example has been used everywhere, tell me how this bill would have changed what happened there.
First and foremost, with the installation, operation of wayside safety detectors being installed and used according to federal guidelines, that would have prevented, essentially, in that derailment, wayside detector systems were not functional. And so it actually missed the hot journals happening until it, obviously melted off.
Right, right. So So that's, because again, that's, I think, the big concern here is that there are federal guidelines and regulations on rail transportation and upkeep of the system. And then this adds another potential layer that would be different from other states, right?
Even though that there are guidelines, there's not necessarily a requirement to meet those guidelines.
Okay. All right, so.
If it were a rule in place, that would be different. But it's a guideline, and so that's the big difference. It's not necessarily a requirement to meet it.
Right, so if you look at other states, are they taking the steps that this legislation would take, or are they relying on the federal guidelines?
This legislation would be Maryland the leader. It did pass in Nevada out the legislature.
Right.
However, their governor at the time vetoed it.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure, sir.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hershey. Senator Mouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then for the sponsor, so I noticed in the testimony, a lot of the opposition is coming from, at least the Maryland opposition is coming from short lines. And to the extent that a short line isn't transporting hazardous material, is there flexibility in this bill to consider some of their concerns? Or have they talked to you and met with you about their concerns, or do they just submit their testimony and here we are today?
Here we are today, Senator, and thank you for that question. And so looking forward to hearing their testimony. If there are any reasonable accommodations we can make, we're very amenable to those suggestions.
And then for, and I'm not sure who this question should go to, but for the hazardous materials, so that's currently regulated by the, where is that regulated right now?
Again, the guidelines come from the federal level.
And which agency?
That would be the FRA, sir.
Okay.
And again, it's not a regulation, it's not a law, it's a guideline. There's no necessarily a requirement to comply with that guideline.
Okay. So there isn't a requirement then that if you're hauling hazardous material to report that to this agency?
My apologies, sir. I thought you were speaking towards the wayside detectors. That portion comes from the FAST Act and the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. And the problem we have is the way that the railroads are going about doing it. They rely on the app AskRail. And so as we get through our rural areas, you lose reception, you lose internet. And so that app is not exactly reliable. And unfortunately, those first responders who came to East Palestine derailment to fight that fire, many of them breathed in vinyl chloride, and that leads to lung cancer. So we certainly don't want our brothers, first responders, to have to suffer from that. That advance notice, concrete advance notice delivered in a secure way that will require the Commission of Labor and Industry to do. That is the best way to ensure that our firefighters here in Maryland won't suffer that same fate.
Right. And this would have in Maryland, would have this legislation would create your own reporting in Maryland, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah. And then how is is that considered sensitive information for security purposes?
So the requirement is for it to be stored secure because that is exactly right. Baltimore City has been shown to be a terror, and so we certainly wouldn't want that to be exposed in a public manner that could make these trains, targeted and disaster strike. So that's why the requirement for it to be secure.
Yeah, and so in the way the bill's set up, I'm just asking just to get a better understanding how the bill works. So, but how does the bill make that information secure? I mean, is it held by what agency? And
it's held by the Commissioner of Labor and Industry, and the commissioner would then share that with FEMA and MEMA, the Maryland response.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mouse. Are there any additional questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have two
sir.
signed up as unfavorable, Lisa Harris-Jones and Brian Hammock. Lisa, is this a bill that you knew that you were signed up for? No? Welcome.
Mr. Chair, Brian Hammock on behalf of CSX Transportation. First, I want to say regarding the hazmat database, that's already in possession of MEMA, or whatever the current acronym is for MEMA, but we file that annually based on the FAST Act, so it certainly could be shared with Department of Labor. But this bill is really just creating something that's already happening at the federal level. My written testimony, there's 6 provisions in this bill, 6 new regulatory schemes that the state would be setting up on the railroads that are already, particularly heavily regulated at the federal level. I want to point out a few areas of concerns. In the fiscal note on page 5, it raises that there's potential significant impacts to the TTF of $25 million annually. You have testimony from the state-owned Canton Railroad short line, Mr. Barnes, who points out for the last 14 months, the Cantons operated at a significant net loss, and the proposals described in the bill would significantly and adversely impact their path to profitability. The concerns that are raised in the letters of opposition and my testimony, I think, are legitimate. All of us, the railroads, the legislature in particular, have partnered to transform the Port of Baltimore into a competitive container port through our investments in the Howard Street Tunnel expansion. It's a complex ecosystem. We just closed the Howard Street Tunnel down 3 weeks ago for construction over the next 8 months to bring that project to fruition. And we'll have the first double stack trains running through Baltimore next spring. We appreciate the bill sponsor safety focus here. I just urge caution on unintended consequences that this new state regulatory scheme may create, and happy to talk about particulars with you in questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lisa Harris-Jones here on behalf of Norfolk Southern. As with CSX, we appreciate the sponsor's concern related to safety on railroads. However, with respect to this bill, the six mandates within the bill, most of which are, as you already know, railroads are already heavily regulated by the Department of Transportation, the Surface Transportation Board, as well as the Federal Railroad Administration. There's provisions in here dealing with train lengths. The provisions that are within this bill are unlike any law. Actually, there isn't a law that exists in surrounding states requesting such. To impose such a blanket restriction would actually add over 80 new train sets to already busy networks, and would just make it pretty inoperable for Norfolk Southern and CSX to operate their business. In addition, there's language in this bill, as we all have talked about, two-man crew. In Palestine, for example, there were actually 3 men on that crew, men, maybe women. There was a conductor trainee, as well as an engineer. Norfolk Southern has had 2+ in place for over 10 years. It's also in their agreements with the unions. Again, this is also something that's already preempted by federal law, we would argue. Next, there's a hazardous material database that's in this bill as well. Again, under federal law, there's so much in this bill that's already preempted by federal law, I couldn't even get through it all. So I'm requesting an unfavorable report.
Thank you so very much. Are there any questions from this panel? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and my 2 friends. Thank you for your testimony, and it's very interesting. So what I hear you saying, the train companies are doing a lot of this anyway, right?
They're doing all of it.
All of it. So if they're doing all of it, why would you oppose this bill?
Because they're doing it, one, voluntarily, as well as in compliance with federal law.
The federal law, if I could, Senator, the federal regulations on these issues are much more comprehensive than what's in this bill. And in some ways, this bill is, it's not specific enough to where it could create a lot of unintended consequences. as it relates to two provisions that, are unique here, the train length and the block crossing provisions, those are not in federal law because, as it relates to train length, we want to encourage trains to be longer because it's the most environmentally friendly way to move freight in the country and safest way, surface transportation way to move freight. And as it relates to block crossings, in my testimony, I share a map of the Port of Baltimore, and it shows the number of at-grade crossings that exist in the city, and particularly in port terminals. And it takes hours to build trains of any length, and it would make it impossible to operate a railroad in the state of Maryland, particularly around the Port of Baltimore, with a restriction of that nature.
Yeah, well, thank you for that answer. So we heard from all the previous panelists are involved in the railroad industry. I mean, they're on the trains. They've been working it for many, many years. And I know it takes a lot of bravery and strength to come forward with these issues that they find every day that are safety issues. And we think about the testimony from the firefighter showing up and don't know what's on the train, what they are. These first responders, accident happened. It doesn't have to be a derailment, but leaking rail car, anything like that. What's the issue there where you heard the testimony from the firefighters saying, Mr. Hammack, that they really don't know what's on these train cars, that they show up to really help mitigate a very serious problem and don't know how to prepare. One incident showed up with a, mask that's basically, bless you, sir, mask that's wasn't appropriate OSHA-wise for that particular chemicals. How would you answer that particular point from the firefighter?
Well, I'd say we should call Chief Wallace because Chief Wallace, on a regular basis, comes out to our training that we do. We have a specialized safety train that comes to Baltimore once a year. Last year at the B&O Museum, we had close to 70 first responders, mostly from Baltimore City, but from around the state. And I'm working very closely with the chief and his folks as we're going through the Howard Street Tunnel project right now to one of the issues, if you think back to 2001 when Howard Street collapsed on a freight train, and that tunnel was interoperability with communications with first responders. So that's been on a priority list of as we upgrading the tunnel to increase communications to make sure that we can communicate with first responders inside the tunnel, and also that the city's fire equipment, their communications equipment works inside of that tunnel. I think there's, this database in and of itself is fine. We already have this database in state government. I think, it's with the Department of Emergency Management, it's not with labor. But, the other provisions of the bill are much more problematic.
And if I can add, CSX did a good job of explaining in their written testimony how how information concerning hazardous material information is shared based upon federal law.
Right.
So it's detailed within their testimony.
Yeah, and so I understand both your response, but the issue with the first responder, firefighter who testified just now, saying that they show up, don't know what they're meeting. I mean, so if you go to training with the chief and all that stuff, that's about general. But when it comes to a specific situation where you have a specific train, the first responders, police or firefighters go to protect the public safety, how would you answer to that, them not knowing what's on those trains, what chemicals, stuff like that? And that's my question, Ms. Jones. How do you how do you respond to that? I mean, the train is fine, but when you have an incident and these first responders show up, Ms. Jones, what can you do to help them know what's on those trains? That's what I'm really, if I can't get an answer.
Sure. Yeah, I'll give you. Yeah. I don't know the details of what the incident that he shared, but my understanding is that Local authorities have the right to obtain density studies of hazard materials that come through their communities, and they have access to this information through an AxRail app. I understand that he noted that. I don't know what year and where the technology was at that point, but that information is through the app specific to that particular train. Also, again, the federal law requires the railroads to share that information. That's already in law, as well as there's reporting that's required to appropriate local authorities to share that information as well.
Yeah.
So that's already in place.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that answer. How about the instance where trains are going through rural areas where you don't have really good cell towers and bad reception? I know I represent an area that we're working to upgrade, but there are a lot of parts in Charles County you go through that reception is terrible, right? I mean, no reception. I heard from a constituent last week about that. What can we do about, getting upgrades to the cell towers? How would you answer that? Because these trains coming, say, through Western Maryland, very rural, going through a lot of rural parts of the states that really don't have really good coverage. That suggested solution that Mr. Pendleton suggested, what do you think about that particular
If I could address that.
solution that an operator, by the way, suggests?
So it's a layered approach, and it starts with communication. It starts with training, and then it has a layer of information that we can share. So, on the ground, each car has a placard that would have, if it's a hazardous material, just like a truck, you would see a placard that would identify what's on that rail car. The crew on the train has the concept of the train, so they can identify, for any first responder on the scene, what car is the problem and what's inside of that car. Okay. Layering on top of that, you have what the information that the Department of Emergency Management has, which understands our routes, understands the different hazardous chemicals that we're taking on those routes on a regular basis, and has information about how to respond. So there's sort of through that dispatch, communication with the first responders, and then you have layered on top of that the AskRail app, which it can be accessed not just with Wi-Fi but with cell service, and can be used in real time. So there, and then we have a dedicated, it's called the PSCC 24/7, sort of first responder, place to get with a live person that can talk to the train crew and can access any of the concepts of the train.
Okay, great. Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Are there any additional questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all so very much. This ends the hearing on Senate Bill 855. Next, we will hear Senate Bill 823, Senator McCray. Senator McCray panel is signed up. Saru, I don't want to butcher your last name, Becca Pierce, Vanlin, and Jacqueline Littleton. So please join us here at the podium. Senator McCray, you got us waiting. Why you having a call? So again, those who will join Senator McCray is Saru, Becca Pierce, Vanlin, Turner, Ramsey, and Jacqueline Littleton.
That's okay.
Senator McCray, you may proceed. You have unlimited amount of time to testify. Each of the panelists will have 2 minutes to testify.
First, Mr. Chair, I just want to say, look good over there. This is my first time seeing this posture, so I appreciate that. Colleagues, first and foremost, Corey McCray, representing the 45th Legislative District. For the record, I've come to you in reference to Senate Bill 823. Colleagues, Senate Bill 823's cross-file in the House was heard yesterday. And during that cross-file, it was also acknowledged that there are amendments that accompanied this bill. I believe that my staff also emailed over what the amendments does, which drastically changes the posture of the bill. So I know a number of the folks that will come to testify afterwards also know that these amendments exist because they went through this in this House of Delegates. But what the bill now does, as amended, the amendments that had been drafted, it exempts tips from state taxation. So this was something that was popular during the presidential debate. It doesn't matter if you were Democrat, Republican, both platforms were supportive of these efforts. Required disclosure of whether service charges go to workers or the restaurant, prohibit deductions of credit card fees from the tips, provide enforcement of current requirement of providing tip workers with their effective hourly wage, including tips to all employers of tip workers, require the restaurants to complete sexual harassment prevention contingent, I believe, for a liquor license, require the Commissioner of Labor and Industry to report to legislative committees by November 1st, which is why they're collecting that respective information, and require the Commissioner of Labor and Industry to report to the legislative committees by a certain period of time, which will be November 1st, regarding ending the state sub-minimum wage. David, I see you looking at it. If that isn't what's drafted in the amendment, that is what the intent is. Let me be clear from that standpoint. And because he was looking very deeply. But for folks that's here, we do have a number of people that are impacted. They're tip workers or folks that are advocating in behalf of this. And that is my testimony, Mr. Chair. And I'll let the committee go forward, but more importantly, just let everybody else speak, if that's okay.
Thank you, Senator McCray, and thank you for alerting us of those amendments. And we would invite those who are coming behind Senator McCray to speak to the bill as amended. So thank you so very much.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Haynes and the member of the Finance Committee. I'm from Prince George's County. I spent 4 years in an industry that broke my heart. I left because I could no longer endure. Yes, Taylor Solomon. I was supposed to go with the next people, but they told me to just go now with her because she didn't end up showing up. Yeah, okay. Thank you. I'm from Prince George's County, Maryland. I spent 4 years in the industry that broke my heart. I left because I could no longer endure the devastating reality of an inconsistent income, wage theft, exploitation, and soul-crushing weight of sexual harassment I endured every day. I won't name the establishment where I worked, but it was a nightmare, perhaps the most hostile environment a young woman of color could possibly endure. I was made to feel worthless, as being a server somehow made me feel less of dignity, deserving of dignity and respect, On a personal note, my childhood was already marked by trauma. I was sexually assaulted by a family member when I was young, which left deep emotional scars. Then at just 18 years old, I entered an industry, fresh, vulnerable prey that predatory men felt entitled to hunt. The catcalls were relentless. I would never forget this one moment. A customer slowly caressed my leg just above my knee. At that moment, traumatic flashbacks flooded my mind. I couldn't defend myself, and I couldn't leave my job. My livelihood, my ability to pay rent and to eat depended entirely on tips from these same people. So I hid in the bathroom, sobbed quietly, wiped away my tears, and forced myself onto the floor to continue taking orders with a smile. This brutal reality continues for countless young women across our state right now. They are suffering in silence just as I did, trapped by a system that forces them to choose between enduring harassment or going hungry. If I were receiving one fair wage, I wouldn't have to put up with countless harassments. I stand before you representing every young woman who must tolerate sexual harassment because her survival depends on tips. I implore you, look at me, see your daughters, your sisters, your loved ones. Would you want them to suffer as many as us have? Please advance SB 823. This isn't just about fair wages, it's about human dignity and safety. Our bodies are not on the menu. Thank you. Have a good night.
As you all Please just announce your name so we can make sure we're checking off the list. Next.
Good afternoon, Finance Committee. My name is Rebecca Pierce, and I am the One Fair Wage Maryland lead organizer. Over the past year, I've communicated with thousands of Maryland tip workers who are struggling to make ends meet on Maryland's outrageously low sub-minimum wage of just $3.63 an hour. Countless of workers have gone through sexual harassment, wage theft, exploitation, and rarely ever see the $3.63 an hour because it's most likely taxed. The restaurant industry has been the largest and fastest growing employer in Maryland for decades, but it's also been the lowest paying, dating all the way back to emancipation when the wage structure was created. After emancipation, the restaurant industry sought to hire newly free Black slaves, Black women in particular, not paying them and forcing them to live on tips alone. This was the first time tips were ever used as a replacement for wages rather than an extra or bonus as they always intended to be. Workers are forced to work 2 jobs to survive in this economy, not because they're living above their means, it's because they're forced to live below their means and it's unsustainable. Today, Maryland's tip workers are still 2/3 Black women and often single mothers working in casual restaurants where tips are not as high. As you'll hear from many leaders today, they struggle with the highest rates of economic instability and sexual harassment of any industry because they must tolerate inappropriate customer behavior in order to feed their family in tips. Workers are tired of having to beg for tips. Even yesterday at the bill hearing, a representative from the opposition side stated verbatim, "I make my choice to walk to the table, we're all grown," and how she's been in the industry for 45 years and she's never been sexually harassed, and it's probably because of how she carries herself. A huge slap on the face to workers who can't walk away from the table because they have to feed their families, or workers like my sister who can't control what happens to them. There are workers here on the opposing side who also are clueless as to what we're trying to do here. They were paid a full minimum wage or even more to come here and oppose, even though we're here fighting for them. It's crucial for the state of Maryland to look into raising the minimum wage and ending the sub-minimum wage for tip workers so workers can enforce their rights while they wait for this important wage increase. We're urging the committee for a favorable report on SB 823. Thank you.
Thank you, Becca.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Jabron Eubanks. I'm the political organizer representing 1199 SEIU. I'm here today to give a favorable report on SB 823, which will take a crucial step into banning one fair wage for tip workers. Ending taxes on tips and increasing wages is much more than simply putting more money in folks' pockets, but it's about providing family-sustaining wages so that people can afford to live on just one job. As a tip worker, whether or not you can pay rent should not be dictated based on the kindness of customers or fluctuating tips. 1199 has stood on the front lines to help multiple statewide wage campaigns that raise wages for thousands of workers, yet we have not eliminated sub-minimum wage. We advocated phasing out sub-minimum wage in DC, and as a result, tips and jobs have increased. Even small business owners are welcoming the increased wage because they see increased consumer spending, lower employee turnover, and improve productivity. It's completely unacceptable to continue to leave these workers out. And when I think about why we haven't been able to push this forward, I believe it's because the majority of this workforce is mostly women and women of color who have long been undervalued and underpaid. So here in Maryland, we have an opportunity to change that. And as a consumer, I'll give a perspective of, again, we worked on Initiative 82, and over a year ago, we were able to sub-phase out minimum wage. And despite the opposition, the restaurant industry did not crash and fail. In fact, as someone who likes to eat but can't cook very well, I still go out often with my colleagues and my family and my friends, and believe it or not, we still tip our workers. So to insinuate that this bill will end tips is simply not true. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hayes and the rest of the Finance Committee. My name is Magda Sisai. I'm from Prince George's County, Maryland. I am speaking here today to ask that the sub-minimum wage is studied to be abolished. As a restaurant worker, I have found it to be insufficient to meet my basic needs and survive. At work, I have experienced sexual harassment and witnessed other workers, particularly Black women, being sexually harassed and bullied by their managers while being expected to work for less than minimum wage. The sub-minimum wage is a system based in slavery. Slave labor laws allowed employers to pay formerly enslaved workers less. This created a legacy of discrimination for generations after slavery was abolished, as employers took advantage of legal loopholes that allowed them to pay African American workers less than other groups for the same jobs. As recently as 1998, Congress approved legislation that grants businesses an exemption from state minimum wage laws when they employed workers with disabilities, thus allowing employers to pay disabled workers below minimum wage without consequence. I myself, as a worker with a disability, asked for ADA accommodations and instead was retaliated against and fired. It is of the utmost importance for the well-being of all workers that SB 823 is passed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Jayaraman. I'm the co-founder and president of One Fair Wage. We represent 5,000 restaurant workers here in Maryland. I have come and spoken to you before about this issue, but I have good news. Over the last year, the issue has been thoroughly researched by multiple economists at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, Tufts University, the New York Times, the Economic Policy Institute, and just this week by John Oliver's team. He featured the issue on Last Week Tonight on HBO. All of these different researchers and economists have found that the 7 states and Washington, D.C. and Chicago that have passed a full minimum wage with tips on top have the same or higher restaurant sales, job growth, small business growth rates, and tipping averages as Maryland. In fact, one study even found, the Economic Policy Institute found, that these workers in the 7 states, California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Minnesota, Montana, and Alaska, earn 10 to 20% more in wages and tips than workers in Maryland who earn $3.63. The lies that continue to be perpetuated by this, by the opposition around how this will destroy the industry and make tips go away have been completely disproven by not just research and not even just other cities and states, including neighboring Washington, D.C., but right here in Maryland, where over 100 restaurants since the pandemic have voluntarily decided to raise wages in order to recruit and retain staff. These are mostly small business restaurants that actually have been saying we need a level playing field. We need to ensure that all restaurants, including chains, are doing the same. We just did polling on the issue with Fred Yang. He found that 67% of Maryland voters support actually ending the sub-minimum wage and providing a full minimum wage with tips on top. We have listened to the questions of your committee and legislators. We've worked with the Speaker's office in the House to amend the bill to actually provide a study and address wage theft in the industry so that it can go on the ballot next year, given how popular the issue is. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from this panel? Senator Mouse.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be quick. I know we got a lot of witnesses. But the first question is for the bill sponsor, so I understand the bill. And I understand how all this works, but one question that I've thought about, because I've thought about this issue for a while, is so there's a subtraction modification for the employee, right? And there's a subtraction modification for the employer, right?
Okay.
Conceptually. But how does that affect all the withholdings? So, you know, you've got state withholding, federal withholding. Conceptually, how does that work with this? And I'm just interested to know.
Yes, so we have been very careful. This bill, by the way, the tax relief is modeled on Congressmember Stephen Horsford's TIPS Act in Congress, Democrat, who is the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, co-chair of the Harris Waltz campaign. He introduced a response to Trump's no tax on tips bill that actually has a modest relief on taxes on tips and a full minimum wage with tips on top. And the reason he did that is we studied Trump's proposal to get rid of taxes on tips and found that 2/3 of tipped workers in Maryland and across the country do not even earn enough to be eligible to pay federal income tax. And so The bill, the TIPS Act, which this is modeled off of, ensured that we got a modest tax relief that does not include Medicaid and Social Security to ensure that withholdings are preserved, workers are still able to access those important benefits. It also has a limit in terms of the income that people can access this tax relief. And most importantly, it raises the full minimum wage, the minimum wage for tipped workers to the full minimum wage with tips on top.
Yeah, and I'm not, this isn't a trick question. I'm just trying to understand what you mean. So would the employers still be required, because they're required by law to submit a certain amount of payment for the employee's income? And so, their income in the tip situation is going to be the tip credit amount plus the tipped amount. And they're required by law to submit to the government those taxes and fees. And if they don't do that, they get in a lot of trouble. So how does that work with this bill? I mean,
so the tax relief is for the worker, but subtracting the withholdings, meaning they are still paying into Social Security and Medicaid so that they are able to access those benefits. We found during the pandemic, for example, 2/3 of tipped workers told us they couldn't access unemployment insurance because they were told that their wages were too low. We want to make sure that doesn't happen again. So we want to ensure that the tax relief does not take people off of unemployment and Social Security, Medicaid.
And then what would the employer pay? Because the employer pays half, the employee pays some, and the employer pays
all of this relief is on the taxes, on the tips above the wage, not for the tips below the wage. So that is mostly, those taxes are mostly paid by the worker, not the employer. The tips above the minimum wage.
Okay, well, you've answered that. And then one other question, you talk about the studies. Did they talk about the cost, the price point of the restaurant?
Yes, actually, the University of Massachusetts Amherst did the most comprehensive look at price increases, menu price increases that would result from a full minimum wage with tips on top. They found at most, there would be a 2% increase in menu prices, meaning that if you have a $50 meal, your meal would go to $51 at most over several years as a result of people getting a gradual wage increase to a full minimum wage with tips on top.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Saru, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Quick question. You mentioned the District of Columbia a couple of times having done this. What has been that experience?
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked because there's so much data now, so much research. As a result of 2 years of wage increases, we've gone from $5 to $10 an hour with tips on top in Washington, D.C. And again, UMass Amherst and Tufts have done the most comprehensive studies of this, and they found no change in small business growth, in tipping, or in overall job growth. And in fact, the opposition loves to present data from the quarterly census of employment and wages from the U.S. Department of Labor to show a dip in early 2024 in Washington, D.C. restaurant jobs. What's hilarious is that if you look at the entire region, what we call the DMV, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, they all had the exact same dips, ups and downs in the restaurant industry as Washington, D.C. And so if you're going to claim that there was a decline in jobs in D.C., then there was also a decline in jobs in Maryland, where the wage has stayed stagnant at $3.63. That same data they're pointing to shows actually tremendous growth in the D.C. restaurant industry job market since June of 2024 to December of 2024. In fact, pretty much, as Tufts has said repeatedly, jobs are exactly where they were in terms of when they started. Restaurant jobs, small business growth rates, and tipping are exactly where they were when this passed. What has changed is that tipped workers have gotten twice the wage. In Washington, D.C., they're now getting $10. It's going up to $16.50 plus tips. All of these economists looking at this data, looking at D.C. data, looking at D.C., Maryland, and Virginia data, are seeing that it's pretty much exactly the same in the entire region, even with D.C. being at 10, Maryland being at $3.63, and Virginia being at $2.13 an hour.
All righty then. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Indeed. Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This question is for Saru.
So I have a lot of small businesses in my district, a lot of small restaurants. Can you kind of explain what the impact of this bill with amendments would be on those establishments?
Absolutely. And to clarify, this bill that you're looking at today is basically to provide research and to address wage theft and sexual harassment in advance of the bill that we're pushing for next year to put this on the ballot, to allow voters in the state of Maryland to decide, should we raise the overall minimum wage to $20 an hour and phase out over time that sub-minimum wage for tipped workers. So the bill this year will have almost no impact. If employers are following the law, they should have no concerns about wage theft or sexual harassment. They should have no concerns if they're following the law. Now, in terms of, I think what you're asking is, what's the impact of raising wages on small businesses? And I do want to share that actually the small business growth rate of the 7 states is higher in the restaurant industry than it is in Maryland. Meaning, in California, where the wage is $16.50 plus tips, small businesses are growing in the restaurant industry at twice the rate as they are in Maryland. Why? Why would that be? That's because restaurant workers know when they get more money, they eat out and they tip better. Who are the best tippers in the United States? It's restaurant workers, because they know what it's like to live on tips. So many large businesses and small businesses have admitted to shareholders and to consumers and to economists, the reason that they grow faster in those states is because workers are better able to take their families out to eat. They get a full wage with tips on top. They make more money. As I said, 10 to 20% more money in wages and tips. They're able to go out to eat more frequently, and that supports small business. So the data shows small business is the same in Washington, D.C. as the wages have gone up. And it's higher in the states that have been doing this for a long time, because in those states, they're seeing a positive consumer effect from these workers having more money in their pockets. I'm sure you know, Senator McCray can tell you from the Fight for 15 that people on the minimum wage spend more in the economy than at any other level of income. So when they get a wage increase, it goes directly right back into the restaurant industry.
So this data that you're referencing, is this like current data or is from years ago? And I only ask that because we're in a phase in this country where everything is going up. And so are people still spending that?
Actually, they're spending more in those states because they have more in their pockets. So we just this year did studies comparing the 7 states that have done this compared to the 43 states. It's a report called A Tale of Two Restaurant Industries. We've seen a widening gap in terms of workers and employers doing better in those states post-pandemic than Maryland and the 43 states with the sub-minimum wage. Why? Because since the pandemic, as costs have risen so dramatically, workers in those states are more resilient, more able to continue to spend even in the face of price increases. And so small businesses benefit as a result of workers being able to spend more. The other thing that's happened is that for a small business or any business in Maryland, they've had to increase menu prices already with no wage increase as a result of food costs going up and gas and rent going up. And so what's happened is we've allowed menu prices to go up for every other input except one, the price of people, the price of labor. We've stagnated that one price, and we've let all other things increase menu prices. What happens when you stagnate one price? Those people who rely on those wages, they're facing the same increased prices in the grocery store, with Ubers and Lyfts, with regard to goods they're buying, with their rent. They are facing the same price increases that the rest of us are, and so they cannot afford to live and working in this industry, which is why so many of them left. 20,000 workers left the Maryland restaurant industry, and a lot fewer workers left the industry in the states where they were paid a full minimum wage with tips on top. So price increases impact all of us. And as a result of people having more money to spend, workers having more money to spend in those states, we are seeing those states doing better and the gap growing in terms of those states, small businesses doing better post-pandemic than in Maryland and the 43 states with the sub-minimum wage.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so very much. I'm going to, again, read some of the names that I read earlier. Again, I do want to remind those that are coming up that the sponsor of the bill presented the bill as amended. And so if there's an opportunity for you to speak directly to the bill as amended, we would definitely welcome that. Earlier, I called Vanlin Turner Ramsey. Is she still here? Yes. All right, you would like to come up? Yes, I have. All right, thank you. What about Jacqueline Littleton? Yes, come on up. Patrick McDermott? He's not here today? Yeah. All right, thank you so very much. What about Winter Reidner? Present. Yes, ma'am, come on up. Also, we have Caitlin Yost. Come on up. How many more seats we have left up there? We have two more. Leonard Lucci. Len, are you here? There you are. All right, and then Edward Fishman. Come on up. All right. Vanlin, or whatever order you guys would like to start, you may proceed. Remember, you have 2 minutes. When you hear the buzzer, please do your very best to summarize whatever testimony you have. You all may proceed.
All right, thank you. Good evening, I guess at this point. My name is Vanlin, and as a Black woman who's worked in the restaurant industry and fine dining for over 10 years, I'm here to share how the sub-minimum wage policies have harmed me and why this bill matters. In fine dining, I was repeatedly excluded from high-profile events where lighter-skinned or white colleagues were chosen to serve wealthy patrons. Managers claimed it was about ambiance, but it is discrimination. These events meant bigger tips, which were wages, and when you're paid only $3.63 an hour, every lost opportunity devastates your livelihood. When customers harassed me, I had to swallow dignity just to keep a tip because survival depends on getting good tips. Black workers and workers of color are more susceptible to this type of discrimination, and not having a guaranteed livable wage means continued instability. But it doesn't have to be this way. As mentioned earlier, other states have require employees to pay full minimum wage plus tips. And in those states, servers like me aren't forced to tolerate abuse just to pay rent. And studies show that these states have the same job growth, menu prices, tipping rates as Maryland, but half the rate of sexual harassment. Women aren't trapped choosing between safety and a paycheck. Other cities like Chicago and DC have already made this. Mentioned before, researchers at the New York Times and universities like Tufts found the restaurants thrives, jobs stay steady, and even national platforms like John Oliver Show has highlighted this. And cities who pass this kind of bill and legislation never look back. It's all in the numbers. Servers report making 10% to 20% more. And I've seen the difference in different states. Servers in the 7 states who have passed this feel the difference. Colleagues in these states have the stability that I was never afforded. They can say no to a customer's advances. They don't lose wages because there's good home. They get a full wage with tips on top. And this bill isn't just about wages, it's about dignity. When workers are desperate, they're safer. Restaurants succeed. Customers still tip. Passing this bill will allow no server to have to endure what other servers have to under this legislation currently. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Yost. I'm currently a server and a bartender in the Baltimore area. I've been in the industry for about 13 years, and in the past I've been a bottle girl, a hostess, counter person, and many more positions. I support one fair wage because making a sub-minimum wage is not enough to survive on. Sub-minimum wage put tip workers like me at risk of harassment from customers as well. Tips are unreliable. They fluctuate based on the shift you work, amount of people working, the customer's mood. I live on my own, so I'm responsible for myself. Even though I work hard and work full-time, I still have to choose between paying rent, paying for my car, or other bills. Because of tips fluctuate and only making $3.63 an hour isn't enough. Recently, my car was repossessed because of unreliability on tips and only making the $3.63 an hour, which is taxed most of the time. The other reason I support one fair wage is because when you don't rely on customers to tip, harassment is less likely to happen and you have the ability to assert yourself more. My first job in the industry was working at Hooters in Baltimore. Working there at 18 years old after having a traumatic childhood was very difficult. Customers would frequently make inappropriate comments, and some customers would even try to touch us. I felt like I had to put up with it because I had to rely on tips to pay my bills. This also happened at other places as well. I have worked because customers feel entitled. That's why I support one fair wage, because I believe that tips should be a gift, not only the means to live. Please pass SB 823. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Edward Fishman. I've been the chair of the Montgomery County chapter of Our Revolution, Maryland. And in past years, we worked on the initiatives in DC, popular voter initiatives, which finally eliminated the sub-minimum wage there. And in recent years, we partnered with our One Fair Wage to produce legislation here, and we ran into a buzzsaw from that organized campaign from the Restaurant Association. In returning this year, we thought Senator McRae had hit a sweet spot, combining the increase of the sub-minimum wage to an increase in the minimum wage and providing the no tax on tips and some support for businesses. I have to admit, I'm a little disappointed to see some of that stripped out, but with an eye towards putting it to the voters next year, we're still willing to support a favorable report from the committee here. The bill will recognize with the no tax on tips that there's a certain level of taxation, but the system for gratuities will be put into the way that customers generally think about it. It shouldn't be wages for the employees. It should actually be a gratuity on top of that, and we will exempt that. And there were questions about how Medicare taxes and such will work. This will improve the worker standing in that way, so we support that initiative, and we're hoping that we get favorable reports on the income wage studies, and that the voters then have a chance to weigh in on this issue next year. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Littleton. I have nearly 15 years of experience as a tipped worker in the restaurant industry, and I've worked in both sub-minimum wage states and one fair wage states. When I was 14, both of my parents lost their income during the 2008 recession, so to help, I started working as a server in New Jersey, where I earned just $2.13 an hour, a number so low it felt like a joke. My income was entirely unpredictable, depending on customers' generosity, the season, and my shifts. If business was slow, I left with empty pockets. If a guest walked out without tipping, I had essentially worked for free. Sometimes I even had to cover unpaid bills, losing more than I earned. My paycheck was often non-existent because it was consumed by taxes. I didn't know my rights. My manager should have made up the difference when I didn't make a full minimum wage, but that didn't happen once in 5 years. At 18, I took a job providing bottle service at a nightclub, hoping for better tips. I was catcalled, propositioned, and touched without consent. I was treated as part of the service, not just the provider. Speaking up meant risking income. I needed the customers' money, and they knew it. At 19, I moved to Washington State, where I earned a guaranteed $15 an hour plus tips. For the first time, I had a stable income. I earned more by making one fair wage with tips on top than I ever did making sub-minimum wages. I could pay rent, tuition, and buy groceries without relying on customer generosity. More importantly, I could set boundaries if a customer made me uncomfortable. I could stand up for myself without fearing financial retaliation. The contrast made it painfully clear. The sub-minimum wage for tipped workers is legalized exploitation. It keeps millions of us, especially women and people of color, economically insecure and pressured to tolerate harassment just to get paid. Yet, Washington State's restaurant industry thrives and while paying a full wage, proving that fair wages and a strong service sector can exist. Every worker deserves a stable income no matter how busy their shift or how generous their customers. One fair wage isn't just good economic policy, it's basic justice.
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Len Lucci, on behalf of One Fair Wage. I probably should have worn a pink tie today. I see you're wearing pink. That's great. Anyway, I want to emphasize the three protections that are in the bill with the amendments that would help out workers. One is it requires that if a restaurant has a service charge, it must disclose whether that service charge goes to the restaurant or goes to the worker. Secondly, there's current law that says restaurants must provide to their workers on their pay stub their effective wage, including tips in there. And that rarely happens. And so this bill would put some enforcement in there for that. Third, the bill prohibits a restaurant from deducting credit card fees from their tips that are given to the workers. So these are three very important protections that are part of the bill with the sponsor amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank,
You may pull it towards you.
Oh, here we go.
thank you. Thank you, sir. Financial Committee. My name's Winter Ridenauer, and I am from Anne Arundel County, Maryland. I wish to address some grievances I've had within the culinary and hospitality industry that I hope can be able to be changed for the better. Unfortunately, I, on several occasions, walked out from work with less money than I walked in with. When a shift can be within like anywhere between 6 and 14 hours with no promises of even so much as a bathroom break, it can be very stressful and frustrating. I even could have a group or even multiple groups with bills within the hundreds and not a single tip would be given. I have endured harassment from every category of individuals, from patrons to coworkers to even management, with no way to defend myself without the threat of disciplinary actions. And I still have some mental and physical scars from some of these encounters. I even have had medical episodes on the clock due to this. However, work refused to give me hours to be able to pay for the costs of those expenses or to give me help in other ways, even so much as workers' comp. They knew going in on when I got hired that I would have disabilities that they said they could accommodate, and yet they have not. I have to end up hoping that I can get another job solely to pay for these expenses, and not just for my health expenses, but for my family's health expenses as well. And I just urge everybody in the community for a favorable report of Senate Bill 823. And I hope this bill can be able to change things for the better.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all so very much. We have one more person signed up in favor to testify, and that's Nayla Rosario. Nayla, are you still here? All right, come on up.
Yeah, we have Patrick McDermott.
Patrick McDermott. We called him, they said he wasn't here.
Yes, we have his sister. We were wondering if she could testify.
No, thank you. Let's hear from Nayla.
Is this solidarity? Thank you. It's the same. Thank you.
Who we have here?
Nyla Rosario.
Nyla, I apologize.
Nyla Rosario,
Thank you so
yeah.
very much.
No problem. Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Nyla Rosario. I am a restaurant owner and director of the High Road Restaurant Program, which is a national network of restaurant owners who are committed to racial and gender justice. This includes how we compensate our employees, define our culture, staff our restaurants, and serve our guests. High Road Restaurants really advocate for fair wages and increase racial and gender equity through hiring, training, and promotional practices. We also offer wage model trainings to teach restaurants how to pay equitable wages and remain profitable. On behalf of the 2,500 High Road restaurants nationwide, I want to thank you for allowing me to testify in support of SB 823. Like many restaurants in Maryland, I had to raise wages in order to recruit staff, but the industry cannot be saved by raising wages alone, one establishment at a time. There needs to be a reform across the industry statewide. I found that wages increase really helped me with the high quality staffing and recruitment, but we really can't do this alone. We really need policy that's going to end the sub-minimum wage for tip workers. Ending sub-minimum wages would signal to millions of residents of Maryland to come back to work, because the wage increase will be permanent and it will be worth coming back to the industry. Workers need a guaranteed high wage and stability and to return to work in the restaurants. And the restaurants that are already doing this, and are meeting the benchmark, deserve a level playing field. Without legislation, we're going to continue to see the conditions that have led to many people to leave the industry. I want to thank the Finance Committee for considering this legislation that's going to bring the choice back to the voters. Let's really get the industry back to work, and let's keep one fair wage.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your testimony. Very powerful testimony here today. The next panel, listen up for your names. Please come to the desk. Remember, you have 2 minutes. Michael O'Halloran, Melvin Thompson, Victor Villatoro, Ariel. I can't pronounce the last name, so I won't butcher it.
Like a mermaid.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I know the hour's getting late, so I can go ahead and jump off.
Go
right
ahead.
If it's okay by you, I think hopefully based on my testimony, you wouldn't mind, but jump over to budget and taxation. But for the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran. I'm here today representing the National Federation of Independent Business. Obviously, this bill, as the proponents have indicated, has changed substantially in its substance. It should come as no surprise that as the bill was originally introduced, NFIB and its small business members would have a lot of concern about a $20 minimum wage. Say nothing of the continued concern about the possible erosion of the state's tip credit. But again, considering the substantive changes to the bill as amended by the sponsor, or at least the amendments being offered by the sponsor, hope that you would consider amendments and certainly not pass the bill as introduced. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mike.
Yes, sir.
While we wait for, Melvin, I know, is lined up, and Victor Villatoro?
I think, Mr. Vice Chair, Victor had to leave.
Excellent. But Ariel is here.
Yes.
What about Aaron?
He is here.
Milliman?
Milliman, he is here.
Okay, can you come on up, please? Greg Brown and Deepak Patel. Would you also join us?
Mr. Vice Chair, I can give up my chair and run over to budget and taxation if that helps. Absolutely, sir. Thank you.
We want to get as many in as possible. Deepak Patel, did he come up? I'm sorry? He was not able. Thank you. All right, what about James Stark? Thank you, James. And Grayson Wiggins, thank you. Y'all may proceed. Go ahead, Mel.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Melvin Thompson. I represent the Restaurant Association of Maryland, and we submitted written testimony opposing the bill as it was introduced because we had to sign up on the bill before we found out about the amendments and saw them in writing yesterday. But I would like to thank Senator McCray for addressing big issues for our industry regarding elimination of the tip credit and the devastation this would have on tipped employee income and restaurant operations, and also the concerns that a lot of our members also have about the $20 minimum wage proposal. We appreciate that information, those parts of the bill have been taken out through these amendments. We still have some concerns about the bill, but I wanted to mention that we in our association have a government affairs committee that needs to meet and go over the amendments and later provide some feedback. We have to further discuss those amendments because there's a lot in there to unpack, quite frankly, and we need to talk about those. But as we expressed yesterday in the House committee, we do have some concerns about the study and the data that would be used for such a study. I know it's the Maryland Department of Labor and Department of Commerce that would be conducting the study, but we want to make sure that there's going to be some industry stakeholder input and also that the data is appropriate and accurate for this type of study. So that is a huge concern and something that we hope to work with the bill sponsor on. But overall, we've seen some version of this legislation for several years, and we've been before this committee for the past 2 years. And these bills are typically introduced at the behest of an out-of-state organization who's trying to push for policy changes here in the state of Maryland that tipped employees in the state of Maryland don't want. And those tipped employees are here today. You see them in the green T-shirts. We didn't want to disrespect the committee by bringing hours of testimony again. You've heard from those tipped employees in 2 years prior, so we didn't bring them all in today. But I do want to say this is a concern. They're still very worried about this. And about D.C., we heard some comments about that earlier. We might have some conflicting data about D.C. Our numbers show there's been 2,000 jobs lost in the full-service restaurant industry since they started phasing out the tip credit there. But putting conflicting data aside, I think it's important for the committee to know on January 15th, the D.C. Council Committee heard 6 hours of testimony from tipped employees who are talking about the negative impacts of phasing out the tip credit there. 6 hours of testimony from tipped employees. And so I think that speaks volumes that perhaps the situation in Washington, D.C. as they're phasing out the tip credit isn't quite as rosy as the proponents are claiming here today. Thank you very much.
I guess I'll go next. My name is Ariel Errol. I moved from New York to Maryland in around September, October. Started working for The Point in November. And as a tipped employee, I have never had an issue with the system. Like, I make way above minimum wage, even on slow seasons. I'd work UPS as a side job. And I say that as a side job. I've been bartending 8 years with this system, no problem. A lot of the people that own restaurants were tipped employees themselves that still fight. Once again, this is an amendment. I know this bill has amended that tip credit elimination, but I'm still worried that it will still be put to the table because nothing is set in stone. And quite frankly, I do think if you increase all that labor, it has to be supplemented somewhere else. I've heard this from regular bartenders that had to become bar managers, to GMs, to owning their own restaurants. And the whole thing about we struggle to be getting tips is not always the case. It depends on the business owners, if it's a good work environment. That doesn't come from the whole tip situation. Where I work, during our nightlife, we do auto grads for 20% during the nightlife. Certain tables, if it's 5 or more, automatic gratuity. If the bill is $80 and above, automatic gratuity. It's what makes sure the food cost that is going up because of our economy, everything that's going wrong with the agriculture and all that stuff, keeps us protected to make sure, once again, we're not just making minimum wage, we're making well above. And we already know in this industry, sometimes we'll have slow seasons and busy seasons, but no matter what, we still make the money we need to.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. I just want to thank the sponsor for meeting with us before the hearing. It does look like the amended version of the bill addresses a lot of the concerns. We got the amendments yesterday, which I believe is as soon as the sponsors got them, they got them to us. We would just ask for a little bit of time, respectfully, to run these by our members. Thank you.
Greg Brown, Monocacy Hospitality, Frederick, Maryland, a couple restaurants. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time today. I'm going to do, regarding the amendments, I tend to agree with what was said. I can't really comment on them. I do have significant concerns just based on the testimony provided previously because the numbers and the stats that they state significantly deviate from what I see every day. I have 150 employees on my business. We do really good for the community. The one most important thing in our organization is the culture. And what I see in some of these amendments, I don't think it really works really well with a company that has a strong culture. So I have some issues. I just don't know anything about them. Other things that were stated today, I agree. DC is a total disaster. It also does not align with what was stated. I would also say It is disappointing from my perspective. There's so many great employees. There's hundreds of thousands of tipped employees in Maryland. So I think Saru mentioned 5,000. Well, I guess we represent the other 99.9% of the tipped employees. I also want to make noted, most of the folks today are going to say what restaurant they worked at. I don't recall any of the prior crews saying what restaurant they worked at, which leads me to believe they may not work in a Maryland restaurant. They may not even be from Maryland. So I think that's relevant. It's just disappointing to see out-of-state activist group that seem to have that could have a potential major control implications on the business. For me as a business owner, I want to grow. I use the 1 to 8 model. I'm honored to say that I generate $80 to $100 million of positive economic impact a year. I could put up another restaurant and probably do another $30 million of economic impact. But due to the uncertainty of what seems to transpire in these, unfortunately, in the bills each year, I'm kind of taking a break on growth. I'm not going to invest. I'm not going to grow. We know we have a major, major budget challenge. But I'm telling you right now, I can generate $30 million of positive economic impact, which you do the math on the sales tax implications, the livelihood implications on that, and you can see the impacts of the state. So I oppose this, and I please reflect on my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Who's next? Is that everyone? One last person.
Thank you all for your time. My name is Aaron Milliman. I'm the owner and operator of Rock Salt Grill in Westminster, Maryland. I was born and raised here in Baltimore, Maryland. I've been in this restaurant industry for almost 20 years. I started from the ground up as a line cook, and now I'm an owner-operator of a restaurant that I took a lot of pride in for years. I've been blessed to be able to take over a company such as Rock Salt. A lot of what's been presented to you guys today is just fallacies and not true. If we look at real statistics, we need this tip credit to stay alive. I know this is all going under a wage study, but this has been brought up to you guys for the last 7 years, I believe, and it needs to be laid to rest. This is not a broken system. Okay, to increase minimum wage to 15 to 20 an hour will drastically affect my dreams, my employees' dreams, and the business people like myself. You got to think, their lives will all be over when I have to take away or 20%, add 20% to a tip or take away their 20% tip and it goes onto the check. That 20% needs to offset the 68% increase in my salaries yearly. That 68% is a massive amount that won't allow my business model to work. And Rock Salt Grill is a restaurant that won Baltimore's Best this year. We cannot have companies like mine and various others sitting at this board right now go under because of people who don't understand the economics of how restaurants are run. That 68% is how I go ahead and pay my food costs, my liquor costs, my sales and use taxes, my property taxes, and how I grow. I have dreams and aspirations to buy buildings and other companies and grow this industry just like the gentleman to my right. And with the people wanting to take this away from us, it's going to be a detriment to Maryland. DC is not thriving. They are actually losing employees. I have in DC waiters and waitresses begging me to hire them, but I'm blessed to have such a crew that has not left my side, making this $3.63 an hour. They make well over $20 an hour. The majority of them are almost at $60.
Much for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jim Stark. I'm the Vice President of Hotel Operations for the Best Western Plus BWI Arundel Mills in Howard County. And I wanted to go last just to kind of give the hotel perspective. I'm also the Vice Chair for the Legislative Committee for the Maryland Hotel Lodging Association. I will speak to the bill as it is amended. As it is amended, we like the amendments. We encourage everyone to support the amendments. The biggest component of the bill that would affect us is essentially what is related to the wages, the cost of labor. The cost of labor over the last few years has sort of skyrocketed. And in our business, hotels, we have real occupancy. We have real wear and tear. There's lots of other things to consider, not just labor, but other things I just want to mention really quickly as it relates to the cost of energy, which is going to go up for everybody in this room effective in July. Everybody's supply, even on the residential side, everyone's bill is going to see an increase at the end of July or the beginning of July. Our insurance costs are skyrocketing. Supply chain costs are skyrocketing. Just the cost of doing business in general is skyrocketing. And hotels are very similar to restaurants. The margins are very small. And so we try to be competitive with other states. We try to do the very best we could to be great members of the community. We look at our staff as family. That's how I run my business. I'm a 133-room hotel, again, in Howard County. That's how restaurants are. We're small businesses. On the outside, because we have certain names on the side of our buildings, we may look big, like we're part of something bigger, but we're all small businesses. And everything that is done affects all the way down to the bottom. It affects my front desk staff, my housekeeping staff, my drivers, all the way up and down. So I would just encourage, I like what you guys have done with the amendments. We truly appreciate that. But please keep in mind, going forward, anything that would touch small business, all of these little things add up. And I'll just say in closing, the biggest thing that we're working on and trying to bake into the mix going forward is the cost related to implementation of BEPS, which is something else that passed, and we're all looking to integrate that. Thank you for your time, and would entertain any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Is there any questions for this panel? Senator Mouse.
Sorry, Mr. Vice Chair, I was trying to hold off because I know we're in a hurry, but Melvin, I want to come back to this concept of the tax exclusion on tips. I was asking the prior panel how that would work. Have you looked at that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. What this bill is proposing is no tax on no tax on state income tax.
Yeah, no state tax on.
That's right. I'm sorry. I sometimes get this a little
wages,
mixed up. That's right.
Yeah.
No tax on tips for state income.
Do a subtraction modification.
That is correct.
So that would mean that what would be subtracted from what? How'd you do a subtraction modification for all of your tipped income? So if you're making $50 an hour with a $3.50 tip credit, would that mean that you could take $46.50 as a subtraction modification off of your, how does that, I don't, maybe I'm a little slow on the uptake and on understanding how that would work, because, I've thought about this. But the amendments too, I'm trying to understand them. They were presented very quickly, early, and there's a study on tip wages. Is that part of the amendments? And do you know if that study is including cash tips as well as credit card tips? Do you have any information on that?
A lot of questions there, Senator. Let me see if I can kind of unpack there. First, let me mention that I think it's important that the committee know we are very much in support of no tax on tips for our employees. That issue, we think, will help our employees. They're the backbone of our industry. They clearly define customer service for our industry. That's what hospitality is all about. The problem we have with the way the bill was drafted is that it's proposing no tax on tips while at the same time eliminating the tip credit. So if we're not eliminating the tip credit and we're solely talking about no tax on tips, we support that. The way the bill was originally drafted, it addresses subtracting tips from the state income tax to the extent that it was included in the federally adjusted gross income. Now, there are proposals pending at the federal level that would also exclude tips from income tax. But you're asking questions about withholding and FICA, and it's my understanding in the federal bills that addresses only income tax at the federal level, and it does not address any FICA or withholding, Social Security, Medicare, those kinds of things. On the state level, I haven't seen any language regarding how any state withholding might be addressed if we are excluding tips from state income tax. I have not seen that language to answer that question. And then regarding the study, I think was your final question, that study language says that the Maryland Department of Labor and the Department of Commerce shall study tips and what those employees are making in tips in tip credit states versus tips that don't allow tip credit, and the financial implications on restaurants in tip credit versus non-tip credit states. I do not know the specifics of how they'll go about that. Like I said, there were a lot of questions about data, but it's likely to include tips in any form, whether they be credit card tips or cash tips, as long as they're a tip that's voluntarily left by the customer.
Yeah, if you hear if it's cash tips, I'd be interested to know, because that's a whole nother discussion from this. But one follow-up on that scenario with the subtraction modification. So if the tip credit were eliminated and it was $15 an hour, clearly many employees make more than $15 an hour in tips. Would they be getting a tip credit? Would they be getting a tax credit? So they would actually earn more in tips and be able to eliminate. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, if you eliminated the tip credit, then what would happen is employers would likely impose a service charge on the customer's check to make up the difference in the labor costs. So the employees would be getting more of their compensation in the form of regular wages on their paycheck because most customers aren't going to tip on top of a service charge. So essentially, if you are trying to eliminate the tax on tips while at the same time eliminating the tip credit, then there will be no tips to tax because most of the compensation would be through regular wages. That's the fallacy with the way the bill was originally introduced, and we're hearing in the future they intend to introduce a bill next year to eliminate the tip credit, and so that would be an ongoing concern of ours.
Thank you for helping me understand this. I love getting rid of taxes on tips and just letting people make money. But understanding this concept is really important. Thank you.
Yeah, and it becomes a tongue twister after a while. I don't know how many times I've said no tax on tips, but I keep, maybe I'm a little dyslexic and didn't know it. I don't know.
Thank you all so very much. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Brown and Mr. Stark, well, it's unfortunate to hear your story about wanting to grow and expand in Maryland. It is certainly understandable, and I understand your reluctance to want to do that, seeing about the number of different policies that are being passed here. You know, this certainly being one of them. I'm sure you are aware that a bill was introduced for business-to-business taxes that I'm sure would affect both of you and, again, make it much more difficult to expand in Maryland. And I won't completely talk about that bill just yet, but it is refreshing, too, to hear your honesty about what the policies we're doing and going forward and talking about due to Maryland businesses. You know, the governor continues to talk about economic growth and trying to find a way to grow our way out of this budget deficit. We don't like to do that, but when you hear from true business owners that just might not be possible, just to let you know, a lot of us hear your voices loud and clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Just real quick. I know we're trying to move this along, but appreciate the question, and I think it's really important. I mean, I don't have to do a study, guys. I can look at my payroll register. I know exactly what my employees make per hour. I can run a P&L. I know exactly how much it could be a net loss. It could be a net income that the business is generating. I'll put it one step further. From a small business standpoint, right? And I'll use this example, right? The current thing is to increase personal income tax on $500,000 or $1 million, right? Well, put yourself in the business owner's shoes because you miss a part of that, right? For most business owners, most young, any age business owner, quite frankly, if you want to invest and you want to create jobs, most of us are not privileged with having, millions and millions of dollars just sitting in a bank. The only way we can do that is through leverage. And so from a small business standpoint, you cannot put a price on the value of cash flow. So in Maryland, for example, if you do $10 million in a year and you manage to have $500,000 of operating income, well, now you're going to write the state a big check on that. Then you're going to take cash flow and pay down your debt service. And then you're hoping you want to invest and you want to grow the business. And then maybe you want to invest in some capital, right? Well, on the federal side of things look pretty good. But in Maryland, you can't take bonus depreciation. So now you've got, after you've paid all these taxes on working your tail off 90, 100, 120 hours a week to generate $10 million in sales, to generate $500,000 of EBITDA, I mean, you're left with nothing at the end of the day. And to bring the tip credit, the removal of the tip credit scenario home, while I respect what the prior folks talked about, I think you can do simple math in my mind, right? So in one of my restaurants, my tipped employees work on average 2,000 hours a week, right? So if I do that math, right, if you take 2,000 hours a week times, I think it's like 1138, which is really the delta between the $363 and the $15 an hour, just for the sake of math, right? You do that, then you multiply it by about 18% to reflect the employer taxes, then you multiply that by 52. That's $1.4 million, okay? $1.4 million. So I can tell you, if I was to back into that math, that results in about somewhere between a 35 and 40% increase on the prices on my menu. 35 to 40% increase. So while, they said that it's going to increase menu pricing $1. I mean, it's just real math. I mean, I don't know if and the only way I can get away with only raising it $1, right? Let's look at it, right? What really is going to happen is probably a combination. A lot of people are going to lose their jobs. The organization structure in my organizations is going to get totally blown up. It's going to totally change. There's going to be a lot less people doing a lot more stuff. We're going to put in technology, right? You're going to be a lot of QR code stuff going on. You're going to have a lot of job loss. You're going to have huge unemployment compensation issues. State tax revenues are going to plummet because I can tell you sales taxes are going to go down. And I would say this, right? January and February have been pretty challenging months from, I think, all businesses in Maryland. So we're about ready to get a really rough surprise when we put out the Q1 sales tax revenue from the comptroller's office. So we should be preparing for that. You add that to the headwinds that's obviously being created by the unfortunate situation we're dealing with the federal government. You got a lot of job loss. And I know restaurant owners all over the place, and they're saying in Baltimore County, Montgomery County, Prince George's, they're seeing the impacts of that. We're starting to see the impacts of that in Frederick. So this is kind of like a perfect storm coming our way. But going back to the point of this meeting and going back to eliminating the tip credit, we have to realize, I look at the numbers. It's very rare that I see a tipped employee in my organization making less than $30 an hour. I also see cases where they're making north of 60, 70, $80 an hour. I have tipped employees that work full-time. They make north of $100,000 a year. They love it. They love to walk out of work with cash in hand. They love the flexibility. They love all these things that someone who's great at their craft, someone that's great at hospitality, they want the opportunity to go out there and create that awesome experience for their guests every time. They want that opportunity. They want that opportunity to be part of a strong restaurant culture, be part of strong brands that they can take great pride in. They want that opportunity. They want that flexibility. They basically run their own business in the restaurant. They make a lot of money, and I'm telling you guys, I get it, right? You got all these reports out there, and I can't comment on them because I haven't read them. But if you want to look, I'll give you a report from my business and what I see every single day. I can run a payroll register. I ran payroll yesterday. I know exactly what I paid. I know exactly what the hourly wage rate is for the employees. And I can tell you, if I see a tip, if we ever have a situation where it's called tip makeup, which is a situation where an employee makes less than $15 an hour, there's a KPI in place for my managers where if we ever have a situation like that, which, yeah, there are situations like that, they always get the tip makeup. They make $15 an hour, but it's part of my manager's performance. There's part of their annual operating goals because it's my job. My number one job as an employer is to do everything in my power to put my team in a place to generate the best livelihood possible. So if I ever see that, it's like our staffing model's wrong. Something happened. We've got to figure this out. So I'm talking too long. I apologize, but I just want to give you guys perspective.
Before you get a chance to ask the rest of them.
May I piggyback for just 10 seconds on that? He made a great.
Not
I'm
right
sorry.
now. 1 second. Senator Hershey, did you have anything else?
10 seconds?
That's it. I just want to
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to piggyback on something that Mr. Patel was going to say. Mr. Patel, he was representing some other hotels, but he got stuck in the storms and traffic coming in. One thing he did want to mention as it relates to doing business and expansion of business and even just business that we have right now are all the increased expenses as related to our debt ratios with the banks and the loans that we have. And that is a big deal when it comes to not even maintaining our current assets, but looking to do future deals and future expansion. And banks, they can really change that ratio, and they look at that ratio all the time. So the more our margins shrink, the tougher it is to sit down with your bank and to have that conversation. And without that, the music stops. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Indeed. Thank you, Senator Hershey. Are there any additional questions for this panel? Thank you all so very much. Appreciate it. We have one more unfavorable, Kiki Turner.
She couldn't show up today.
All right, she's not there. And then we have an informational testimony from Kevin Slayton. We do not have the virtual. Excellent. Yeah, it's the last one.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, I echo the sentiments of Senator McCray,
Sid, it's good to see you, Vice Chairman, in this role. Very proud of you. My name is Kevin Slayton. I am with the Maryland Center on Economic Policy, and this testimony is informational. While the current version of Senate Bill 823 is a study bill, we believe that now is the time to act and guarantee all workers full minimum wage protection with tips on top. Let's be clear, tip jobs are generally not lucrative. Servers in Maryland typically took home only $16.23 per hour in 2023, including regular wages and tips. Tip workers are more likely than other workers to have family income below the federal poverty line, and nationwide tip workers are more likely than other workers to struggle to put food on the table. So claims that tip workers actually make a lot of money, based on a few anecdotal examples of servers in high-end restaurants, don't necessarily hold up to scrutiny. If wage data were systematically underrepresenting tipped workers' pay, you'd expect to see a disconnect between reported wages and other data sources on their standard of living. But as we see from data on food security, no such disconnect currently exists. Furthermore, credible research backs up common sense that says simply raising wages is good for workers. Well-designed studies find that raising the tip minimum wage increases net take-home pay with no meaningful impact on tipping behavior. Meanwhile, there's a large body of research, on the other hand, showing no meaningful link between the minimum wage and the number of jobs that are currently available. On the other hand, exempting tips from the state income tax is the wrong choice. This policy misdiagnoses the problem because most tip workers don't have high enough paychecks to owe significant income tax anyway. Eliminating taxes on tips would also create an exploitable loophole for wealthy individuals to artificially lower their tax responsibilities. If you want to use tax policy to help tip workers, we believe a more effective approach would be to strengthen the Earned Income Tax Credit and Child Tax Credit. Respectfully urge you to guarantee tip workers full minimum wage protection and reject the counterproductive tax cuts. Indeed. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, this ends the hearing on Senate Bill 823. Madam Chair.
Mr. Vice Chair, you did a great job. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for taking over. Okay, so we're now going to do the last bill of the day, our birthday senator, Senate Bill 747, Transportation Network Companies Deactivation of Operators Policy and Appeals. So Senator Kramer is going to have as much time as he needs, but because of all the people that signed up, you get 1 minute. So Senator Kramer, on you. You want I can announce your panel. Brian Weibel.
If you would, please. Thank you, Madam
I'm out of practice.
Chair.
Brian Weibel, Jeffrey Sweetland, Alhassan Mohammed Branham, and Mitchell Yankson. Got everybody? Okay.
And Madam Chair, I will share with you, I think we have far fewer people who are actually here to speak on the bill. I think there had been a lot of confusion with all those favorable with amendments that had signed up. I don't think any of them are going to be speaking. So you're pretty much looking at what's left of the
so
folks.
Senator, would you like to give them all 2 minutes then?
I think that would be great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's been a long day. Don't worry.
and with all those virtuals, again, I don't believe, and I'm looking at Tammy, she's shaking her head. They're not there. So
Thank
I
you
think
very
there's
much,
been
Senator.
a lot of confusion, and we got that worked out. So having said that, well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Ben Kramer to introduce Senate Bill 747. Colleagues, with the rise of Uber and Lyft, we have seen a transformation in the transportation industry. Offering convenience to riders and flexible work opportunities for drivers does create, despite the advantages, does create a critical issue, and that is the risk of sudden and often unjust deactivation. Because they are classified as independent contractors rather than employees, Uber and Lyft drivers lack traditional job protections, making them vulnerable to losing their livelihood without due process. To ensure fairness, economic stability, and accountability, drivers need stronger protections from unjust deactivation. One of the most significant problems drivers face is the lack of transparency and due process when they are deactivated. Uber and Lyft often remove drivers from the platform without providing a clear explanation or an opportunity to appeal. Drivers may receive vague notices stating they violated community guidelines, but they are rarely given specific details or evidence. In some cases, deactivation occurs due to false rider complaints, algorithmic errors, or misunderstandings. Without a formal review process, drivers are left with no recourse, which can be devastating if they rely on rideshare income to support their families. For many, driving for Uber and Lyft is more than a side gig. It is their primary source of income. When a driver is suddenly deactivated, they can lose their ability to pay rent, buy food, or cover medical expenses. Unlike traditional employees, independent contractors do not receive unemployment benefits or severance pay when they lose their work. This economic instability is worsened by the fact that drivers invest heavily in their work, spending thousands of dollars on vehicle maintenance, insurance, and gas. If they are deactivated unfairly, these investments become losses, and drivers are left with no financial safety net. Studies have shown that bias and discrimination can play a role in deactivations. Riders can rate drivers poorly based on personal prejudices, and Uber and Lyft rely heavily on these ratings to determine whether a driver should remain on the platform. Drivers from marginalized communities have reported being unfairly targeted by low ratings and false complaints, leading to higher rates of deactivation. Additionally, algorithmic biases can disproportionately impact certain groups, making protections even more necessary. Without safeguards, drivers remain at the mercy of a system that lacks oversight and accountability. Uber and Lyft have built their businesses on the labor of drivers, yet they provide little job security or protection against unfair deactivation. Without due process, economic stability, and safeguards against discrimination, drivers remain vulnerable to losing their income overnight. Implementing a fair appeals process and legislative protections will not only benefit drivers, but also improve the overall integrity of the rideshare industry. Ensuring that drivers are treated with fairness and respect is essential for a sustainable and equitable gig economy. Madam Chair and colleagues, I just want to point out to you, as drafted, the bill changes the definition of transportation network companies. That is a conversation that needs to be had, but I don't want it to be part of this bill. So I will be submitting to the committee a bill that retains the definition as it currently exists. And what brought this to my attention as being a concern is that in addition to Uber and Lyft, there is a new player in this industry, and you'll hear from them shortly. That is a company called Empower, and they have a business model that is different than traditional TNCs, and if we adopted the new definition, they would get pulled into the bill, which is going to be fine, but we didn't want to change the definition because while regulation is going to be in Empower's future, that is going to be subject of either working with the Public Service Commission or future legislation, and we will be having that conversation. However, under this bill, Empower's employees will receive the same protections that the bill will provide to Uber and Lyft drivers. So I just wanted to clarify that for purposes of this bill, they will be included, but we are not going to pull them into a new definition. That is the subject of future conversations. So with that, I thank you, colleagues, and happy to turn it over to the panel.
Who would like to go first?
I'll go ahead and start us off. Brian Wyville with Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 689. Thank you, Senator Kramer. Thank you, members of the committee. We are here today because in the infinite wisdom of the federal government, they said when someone is employed, there are certain rules and restrictions of what you can do when you fire that person. You obviously cannot do it for discriminatory reasons. That's illegal. Unfortunately, in the 2015 setup for the transportation network companies and the regulations that were set out for these operators within the state of Maryland, those rules and restrictions that had previously applied to employment were not things that were going to necessarily be guaranteed to rideshare workers. And the assumption at the time was rideshare is quote unquote gig work. It is something that someone does in their free time to pick up a couple of extra bucks. We are now 10 plus years into this experiment, and we can easily say that many rideshare workers work full time. This is their employment. This is what they do to earn a living. So when a worker that is doing this is then deactivated, which is effectively the term for being fired from one of these platforms, they do not have the same protections that would apply to someone that is fired from a typical W-2, W-4 employment. So with that being said, when someone is losing their entire income, we definitely as a state want to make sure it's not being done for discriminatory reasons. The bill that is before you proposes several things that would basically mean that there has to be a written down process that can be challenged if it is not followed fairly. It sets ways that workers can enforce their rights by either following first through that company's process or then appealing to the PSC. These protections guarantee that the state is not allowing these workers to be sidelined and ignored when they have legitimate concerns that they were deactivated for improper reasons.
Next.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Just pull that closer. It'll just,
Oh,
there you go. Get
right
closer
here.
there. There you
Is that
go.
fine?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Mitchell Yangson, and I am an organizer for the DMV Drivers Alliance. We're an organization made up of Uber and Lyft drivers in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. We are organizing gig drivers for better pay, compensation transparency, and protections from unfair account deactivations. And I am here to urge you to report favorably on SB 747, which will create a more fair and safer working environment for Uber and Lyft drivers and all gig drivers in Maryland, and of course, customers who use these apps here in Maryland. Unfair deactivations refers to the practice of drivers being permanently deactivated, fired, or banned from using the apps to earn a living based on reports or accusations made against the driver. These reports do not have to be true. They do not have to be substantiated. deactivated. These types of reports don't even require a police report. So for example, we have had Muslim drivers who have been accused of drunk driving, but it is against their religion to drink or abuse any substance. They have been deactivated from the app simply because a passenger submitted a false report against them. This type of precarity and volatility in this deactivation process makes drivers even afraid of even enforcing basic traffic rules. Drivers are afraid to tell an incoming group of passengers that they don't have enough seat belts for them to get in the car. Drivers are also reluctant to even tell parents who are bringing infants that require a car seat. They are reluctant to even tell them to do that or refuse to do that because they know that any customer can provide any false report and get them deactivated. So I urge you to please vote favorably on SB 747. Thank you.
Who'd like to go next? Jeffrey?
Thank you very much for taking your time to hear us out. Madam Chair, and I apologize, I'm not trying to be rude. Mr. Vice Chair, I was an Uber driver from 2015 through Father's Day of 2023. I had put in 30 trips, 15 that Friday and 15 that Saturday. That Sunday, I found out that my account had been placed on hold pending an investigation. Now, this was not the first time that I'd been falsely accused of something, nor had my account suspended pending an investigation. And it was all false, by the way. Long story short, it took Uber a month to tell me what I was accused of. One customer, and this is the issue, it takes just one customer to make a complaint, and it puts a driver behind the eighth ball. Falsely accused me of sexual harassment. It actually took another month for me to speak with an investigator. And by the way, I actually have proof of everything that had happened with me. And I apologize. I have to say something emotionally because it involves with this. I could not get any help at the time, and I was losing money left and right. I still live at home. And because Uber refused to listen to me, there was honestly a part where I wanted to commit suicide. I'm not trying to be rude, but I have actually evidential proof of the personal heck I had to deal with, the personal investigator. I made about 120 calls. Now, they said you could not use the support line, you could not use the critical line, you had to contact this investigator. I would ask you to take a look at this, as well as other proof from doing research that I have right here. Long story short, I was finally able to speak with the investigator on the 10th. Not only did they restrict my account so badly that I could not respond to emails, when I finally spoke with him, I asked him, why didn't you respond to me? I called you 87 times. I left 78 to 80 messages. He nonchalantly just played it off. Long story short, I told him I could not respond to emails. About 3 hours later, I happened to look into my email, my junk mail, and I found out that I was permanently deactivated. I never wavered from my story, and they refused to listen to me, and I could never get any help. They said if you wanted to make an appeal, you could. I tried to make an appeal. It actually came full circle on the 24th, where I was, I tried to contact support 3 times, and 3 times, and I apologize, and I have it marked right here. I spoke to somebody, said, well, would you like to speak with our supervisor? I tried to speak with his supervisor. They hung up. This is the ill treatment that drivers suffer through. You're only going to hear a select few, but there are so many throughout Maryland that do not have a voice. And even thanks to the DMV Drivers Alliances who actually helped me get reactivated, I still suffer with emotional trauma, PTSD. Unfortunately, because I'm actually 100% disabled now because of back surgery, I'm actually type 2 diabetic now. There's so much stress. There's no accountability towards these companies and the customers, and there's no justice for these drivers. That needs to change, and I'm asking every one of you to vote for 747, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Good. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Al Hassan, and I live in Maryland, Montgomery County. I've been a rideshare driver for over 9 years now, and I have driven for both Uber and Lyft. And driving for Uber, I have picked up over 27,500 riders and over 3,500 also, almost 3,500 on Lyft. As of October, as I speak to you now, I am not able to use my Uber app. The app has been deactivated by Uber. On October 11th, at around 1 a.m., I was driving home from Dallas Airport after I've been at the airport for over an hour without a rider. I received a message telling me that my account has been suspended and it has been deactivated because somebody reported me for unsafe driving. I should contact Uber and submit a report. I did that. I submitted a report. I asked them, what did I do? They said, no, somebody said you are driving unsafely. And I said, what is unsafely? They said, no, that is what the person said. Do you have video evidence? I said, I don't have video evidence. Do you have a voice evidence? I said, no. They said, okay, fine. Then your account is permanently deactivated. And as I speak to you now till date, nobody has been able to tell me this and that is why the account has been permanently deactivated. And Uber has been my primary source of income for the past 9 years. I spend over countless hours, 78 hours a week, sometimes 80 hours a week on Uber platform. As I am talking to you right now, I have my brother behind me here. He has passed through PSC, did everything for Uber Black, whilst I was also trying to do the same thing. We did everything right. He went for a car note of $40,000. Right after he had everything done, 3 months down the line, Uber deactivated him. He's now saddled with a debt of $40,000 and a $1,000 car note payment per month. What was his offense? They said he is involved in a prolonged ride fraud. What is prolonged ride fraud? He came to pick up a rider. The rider was there. Before he got there, the rider changed the destination. This is where he wanted to be dropped off. So my brother took him to exactly where he wanted to be dropped off.
Time ended quite a bit ago.
Yes. Thank you. Let me just, in conclusion, Madam Chair, I would like to appeal to all of you here to vote favorably for this bill for us. It will give us a lot of safeguard and protection. Thank you.
Any questions for this
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to all of you, I'm again very sorry about the stories that you've been telling and the situations you've had to go through. I don't think that was ever any intention, certainly from us as legislators, but obviously something you would have to, again, try to handle with Uber. But Senator, you might remember, I think you were in ECM at the time, 2015, when we were going through this bill. And one of the big concerns we had at that time of trying to get, this rideshare network off the ground and moving was, one, the rideshare companies were coming in and saying, hey, we need to be able to get drivers onboarded quickly, right? Because this industry was just kind of starting. And we had the whole thing with the Public Service Commission and the gold standard of the testing and all that kind of stuff. So one, we did that. But two, because it was a fairly new concept at the time, 10 years ago, we were also concerned about the customers or the passengers. And I think a lot of where we are with the legislation that's currently here is as passengers complained, we wanted the companies to be able to act quickly and get bad actors, bad drivers off the streets, out of the cars. And so we allowed for this quick deactivation process. I remember it actually being discussed. Mike, you were there as well too. Remember talking about this and how do we assure passengers that they're going to have safe rides. So I think it makes a little bit of sense that things have evolved now. Things have changed, and And, we still want to make sure that we are not doing anything with regard to this legislation that are going to make passengers feel unsafe. We don't want to see drivers get handled or, incorrectly and not favorably by the companies. But there has to be somewhat of a middle ground between this to make sure that we continue with the thoughts on why we put this in place and where we are now. And, a lot of it might just be that the companies need to be better in addressing these types of situations. But, keep in mind, this was a lot of what we had put in place so, we can assure the safety of our passengers.
And I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, you and I were there when we were first trying to address a new industry model and the TNCs. And I think the bill does strike a very moderate posture. There's a couple of things in it that I will be addressing that I think need to help moderate the bill just a little bit. But the point here being that as the industry has evolved, we now see that there are drivers who are doing this as their livelihood, and they do need to have due process. There needs to be a model by which, if there are concerns raised about their driving, that they have the opportunity to quickly find out what it is in a timely fashion that the concern is, to have within the model of the business an opportunity for due process, and that there be an appeals process. And that's what the bill is about, just putting in safeguards so that there is this balance of, okay, it could be perfectly legitimate, the concerns, and now they're going to find out what it is that they did, and the company will have every right to ensure that they are only having drivers that are performing as they should, but also for those drivers who it can well turn out did not commit an offense that would be problematic, that they be able to quickly glean that and hopefully get it resolved, but not have it delayed, as we heard, for weeks and months on end without the opportunity to have that due process. And I think the bill does a very good job of striking that middle ground.
Okay. All right. Well,
and thank you for that. It's a good point.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on this bill, I think probably having a framework in law that ensures that company processes are followed and give an appeals right, makes some sense. I think some of the providers probably already will say they have something like this, which probably some of you will dispute, which is okay. We don't have to get into it here. I think we need some work on this. I was curious, because the way I understand these companies, and I've used a couple of the different ones, they want drivers on the road because that's how they make money. So I don't know that, and I spoke with some advocates for one of the businesses that said that they've found that many of the ones that get temporarily suspended are some sort of paperwork issue that didn't get processed right by the, and so then they have some that are more of an egregious situation or whatever. I wonder, which brings me to my point. The one thing I saw in the bill I was a little curious about, because we're asking the Public Service Commission to define egregious. And egregious is a little bit ambiguous in the bill. Now, you do say it's not a moving violation in the bill, which is good, because that certainly should be something separate. So I'm not bringing that up to argue about it, just to say I think we probably should put some parameters around what's egregious and what's not, just and work with the partners. Yeah, if you'd like to respond.
Senator, I think that's a great question, but I think I would point out that the egregious misconduct, and I actually think this points to the question that you had earlier, Senator, was egregious misconduct. There were some standard definitions of things that would already qualify directly as egregious misconduct. Okay. I think the PSE regulation part was to allow them to add in potentially additional things that might be considered egregious. But I'll point you to page 3, which lists out several different things of, like, obviously situations posing an immediate threat to someone's health and safety, stuff like that. Those are already covered. So I believe, to your point, the PSE was the yes and for the definition of egregious misconduct.
Because you could have, like, obviously anything that's physically dangerous to a customer, of course, should be, right away dealt with, or a drunk driving type incident or something like that. But if you have a driver who maybe has been into multiple verbal altercations, and verbal altercations can happen. I don't think one should be a reason somebody loses, but if there's a continued pattern, I just think we just have to be careful how we look at that.
Definitely, and those would be the type of things that definitely warrant some type of investigation, some type of exploration of what happened there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for this panel? I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I don't know. I have a whole list of favorable with amendment. I don't see that many people here, but let's see who's here. Sukumaru Muthu, Joseph Abujolu, Mohammed Ayub, Esmail Abdallah, Sharika Lassisi, France. Is there anybody else here that wants to testify? I can pronounce Michael Johansson, that's fine. Is that it? Anybody else want to testify on this bill? Favorable with amendment? I'm going to have one more unfavorable virtually.
So Mike Johansson on behalf of Empower, and thank you, Senator Kramer, for kind of describing the conversations that we had and taking the time to listen to us. So Empower is different principally in that there aren't employees for Empower, not even independent contractors. Our customers are actually people that purchase a software-based service and use to run their own independent businesses where they set their own rates, receive 100% of the fares that they choose to set with customers, and they control their own working conditions. So to that extent, it's dramatically different. And we would be happy to continue to work with the senator. As he mentioned, there might be some issues to talk about with respect to his legislation. The other interesting thing is our customers, if they are paying a subscription fee, they're not a customer if they're not allowed to use the software, right? So our interest would be in working and listening with a customer who has a problem with the software that they're using, or if there's an issue that they aren't on there. So, our motivation is to have as many drivers as possible. I think the distinction with the existing TNCs is they provide a transportation service to passengers, and then they have drivers who are independent contractors working for them, and they match them up. The passengers in this example are customers of the people that own their own business that are the drivers, and our customers are the business owners that are the drivers. So it's a slightly different model. Happy to work with the committee however you'd like, and thank you, Senator, for opening up your door and meeting with us. Okay.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions for Michael? Thank you very much for that testimony.
Thank you. And Senator Hershey, Bob Enton was in that 2015 conversation as well, if you recall.
That's why it's all confused.
We have one more unfavorable, Margaret Durkin. Margaret, hi. Thanks for waiting.
Help you.
You're welcome. Good evening, Chair Beidel and members of the committee. Again, Margaret Durkin with TechNet speaking here this evening on Senate Bill 747. The sharing economy is creating new income opportunities by allowing people to work independently and on discretionary schedules. TechNet is opposed to Senate Bill 747 as drafted for several reasons. Our companies take safety reports from both riders and drivers very seriously and review each one to determine the appropriate course of action. Many of our members already have policies in place to address operator deactivations and appeals processes. And we're concerned about this bill because we believe that it gives wide latitude to the PSC to adopt regulations and define terms. For example, one of the terms for the PSC to define suggested in the bill includes reasonableness, which we believe is extremely subjective and, again, gives them wide discretion. Businesses need certainty to thrive, and we're concerned that this will lead to business uncertainty in the state of Maryland and perhaps lead to companies having to provide proprietary information. We're also opposed to the private right of action that this bill provides for, and we believe that any enforcement should rest solely with the Attorney General. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on Senate Bill 747.
Do I have any questions for Margaret? I'll get her. Do I have any questions for Margaret? No. Senator Kramer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Margaret, good evening. The hour grows late, but a quick question. I've noticed that TechNet comes in opposition to pretty much anything that regulates technology industry. And if I recall correctly, and feel free to correct me if I am wrong, TechNet was here opposing bills last year to address things like the kids code, to stop big tech from spying on children and following children, harassing children. Do I recall correctly that TechNet was here opposing that common sense legislation?
We did oppose, but the subject matter.
Okay, thank you very much. That was all I was asking, yes or no. Thank you very
Senator
much.
Kramer, don't ruin your birthday.
Thank you, Madam
I
Chair.
realized, I thought, Michelle Blackwell, you're here. You want to come up unfavorable? I got confused by the virtuals. Thank you. And you'll be the last witness for today, Michelle, so thank you. Thanks for waiting.
Thank you, and just given the time, I will be very brief in my testimony. Michelle Blackwell on behalf of Uber. I think this has been noted before, but we don't deactivate drivers because we want to. We deactivate drivers when we have to due to safety concerns. I will say that there are a few concerns or questions that we have about the bill. We would honestly love to work with the committee on this bill, particularly around some of the definitions. I think I raised this in my written testimony, but a deactivation would be considered after 48 hours. Of loss of access to the platform. There are times in which there is loss of access to the platform that has absolutely nothing to do with either the driver or us. That there could be an emergency. Sometimes drivers just, their documentation has not necessarily been updated, and so they have this temporary loss. So if you allow for just the 48 hours, that means that we would not be able, we would be subject to this bill without being able to resolve some of these issues that could potentially be resolved quickly. I think there was some conversation about the definition of egregious misconduct as well. We would like to talk to the committee about that. I think finally, I wasn't prepared to respond to the introduction of changing language to fit a company that is very similar to what we do. But I would like to ask that the committee reconsider that. Currently, right now, TNCs are required to carry $1 million of uninsured, underinsured liability policies. We are legally mandated to provide $1 million in liability coverage. We have vehicle age requirements. There are all of these other requirements that we are required to do right now. And I would say that right now, there is not a legal structure for the previous witness here, their company. And so I would ask that until there is a legal structure in place, that we not continually be treated differently. And so if the committee would like to move forward on deactivations, I would ask that that would apply to the company as well, to all operators. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Do you have any questions, Senator Ellis?
So thank you for your testimony. What company or organization with?
I'm with Uber.
Uber, yeah. Yeah. So we hear about this proponents of the bill being deactivated for accused bad behavior. I have a constituent who reached out to me. They had a ride share, and the driver took off with their luggage, and the company wouldn't identify the driver or help them get their luggage back. And it took a police report and the police to reach out to the company and subpoenas to say, hey, you will answer our question, you will give us the name of the driver, we will investigate. Are you familiar with such behavior as from
In terms
companies?
of, in terms of someone leaving something in the vehicle and then we're non-responsive to those riders? Is that what you
Or
mean?
even the police, it took aggressive
Well,
police action to
well,
investigate
we
with
have-
subpoena
we-
to get the record of the driver and to get the help from the company to identify that driver. Because the thing was, I think after the person is dropped off, the identifying information, the car and stuff is removed from that person's phone. And so I think that was the story. And so that's why they couldn't reach the company. When they reached the company, who definitely knows who picked up that person, wouldn't cooperate with that rider and even wouldn't cooperate with the police. It took additional subpoenas and stuff like that to force the company to cooperate for that person to get their property back.
Well, I'm sorry that that happened. I will say that does sound like an outlier. We do have a process in place when riders leave property in a vehicle, and there are times in which we even will compensate the drivers if they go to return that property as well. So that does seem like a little bit of an outlier in terms of us not being completely responsive and then having to get the police involved. We actually have a set of individuals who are former law enforcement officers that actually are within the company itself, and so they often engage with law enforcement when there is some sort of an issue.
Yeah, it just made me think, don't treat a revenue-paying customer like that. I mean, how do you guys treat the drivers who depend on you guys for employment?
Yeah,
And
that's a fair
weeks
question.
and weeks and weeks, I mean, and just a very, how should I say, we're who we are, and we don't have to deal with the customer, we don't have to deal with the police and stuff like that. And it took severe escalation to really get the matter resolved. Hey, have you heard about any situations like that?
I have not.
Okay.
I have not. I will say, in terms of, your question about if that's how we treat, riders, how do we treat drivers? And the drivers are the backbone of our business. We do not exist without the drivers. And so I was here listening to the testimony. I think there was a gentleman who said that he was deactivated in October and he has not gotten an answer to that. And so I'm more than happy to talk to him afterwards. I cannot necessarily promise reactivation, but I can at least try to get some answers for him as to why the platform took the step that it did.
Yeah, and the entire problem is unresponsiveness to drivers, to customers, because I hear the stories, so anyway, if you come up with some answers, reach out to me. Senator Arthur Ellis, Charles County, District 28.
Will do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Reedy?
Quick, curious, because we've talked a little bit about people being disconnected. What's for Uber, because candidly I had a visit from a different rideshare company that talked to me some about their process. What's the number one reason that you guys have to disconnect a driver? I'm not using the right word.
Deactivate. So,
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, so typically the overwhelming majority of deactivations are actually related to just documents. So a driver's license has expired. The vehicle registration needs to be updated. It's typically more administrative is the overwhelming reason why drivers are temporarily.
Are they giving warnings beforehand?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And so there's a lead up before they are actually deactivated. And
if it's paperwork and they get the paperwork in, they can be back online right away or no?
Yes, they can.
Okay. What would be? Is there some more serious situations where most of them it sounds like are not some sort of violent episode or something like that? There are times where that does happen. But.
Yes, there are. And if there is an accusation of something that is very serious, a crime has been committed, the accounts are paused immediately to allow for an investigation. We do reach out to drivers to get their side.
Sure.
I heard one of the drivers mention that if one rider gives them a bad rating, that can impact them in terms of being deactivated. I will say we have implemented a new policy in place where if there are riders who are consistently, particularly to the concern of discrimination, if there are riders who are consistently rating drivers lower, we do not count that against the drivers.
So if somebody's just a tough fare, so to speak.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I think we want to try to be sure we get the right balance on this stuff. So.
No, absolutely. And again, I would love to work with this committee. Senator Kramer, I would love to work with you as well on this bill.
Okay.
I don't see any other questions. Michelle, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Sorry, I almost missed you.
It's okay. It's been a long day.
Thank you. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 747 and ends our hearings for today. Thank you.